They gather in corners, make the stand, with words like signs drawn in the sand. No charts, no proof, not a single map, just a void of answers, broken and flat. No, they say to the spinning blue, no, to the cosmos, to the moonlight, to the curve is clear, the stars align, but they turn away, say it ain't divine. Shadows fall and science calls, the earth's embrace, it holds us all, but a hollow cry escapes their lips, echoing down from the fingertips. No, they say to the spinning blue, no, to the cosmos, to the moonlight, to the curve is clear, the stars align, but they turn away, say it divine. Shadows fall and science calls, the earth's embrace, it holds us all, but a hollow cry escapes their lips, echoing down from their fingertips. Hold up the edge of where it is now, a ship rises will make them bow. The satellites sing the truth so loud, but they close their ears, heads in the clouds. Hold up the edge of where it is now, a ship's horizon won't make them bow. They fight the pull of gravity's kiss, spin in a circle of ignorance and bliss. Mirror seas and skies so wide, show curves they'll always deny. The stars will dance in endless flight, while they cling to shadows free of light. No, they say to the spinning blue, no, to the cosmos, to the moonlight, to the curve is clear, the stars align, but they turn away, say it ain't divine. They gather in corners, make the stand, with words like signs drawn in the sand. No charts, no proof, not a single map, just a void of answers, broken and flat. No, they say to the spinning blue, no, to the cosmos, to the moonlight, to the curve is clear, the stars align, but they turn away, say it ain't divine. Shadows fall and science calls, the earth's embrace, it holds us all, but a hollow cry escapes their lips, echoing down from their fingertips. No, they say to the spinning blue, no, to the cosmos, to the moonlight, to the curve is clear, the stars align, but they turn away, say it ain't divine. Shadows fall and science calls, the earth's embrace, it holds us all, but a hollow cry escapes their lips, echoing down from their fingertips. Hold up the edge of where is it now, a ship's horizon will make them bow. The satellites sing the truth so loud, but they close their ears, heads in the clouds. Hold up the edge, oh where is it now, a ship's horizon won't make them bow. They fight the pull, the gravity's kiss, spinning in a circle of ignorance and bliss. jokers they'll always deny. The stars will dance in endless flight while they cling to shadows afraid of light. No, they say to the spinning blue. No, to the cosmos, to the moonlight too. The curve is clear, the stars align, but they turn away, say it ain't divine.
Gravity
Galaxies mock, the dance defies. Flat Earth drowning, buried in skies. Where's the proof? Where's the line? No flat Earth, just a web of decline. Gravity reigns, stars behold. Truth unveiled, the cosmos unfolds. Spinning truth round the axis. It's a thank-you-all ride. Flirts fumbling hard, trying to run and hide. We got that gravity pulling, you just drifting through. Science slaps empirical, stick to the glue. Round pound, sharper minds, we probe for the real. History stacked tall, experiments that seal curious minds. Globe-trot evidence rolls deep, while flirts count shadows, we night sky sweep. Eratosthenes flex with them shadow lines. Measured Earth's curve, no conspiracy signs. Dropping mics like Newton when his apple fell. Match the beat, y'all theory sail like a cell. Foucault's pendulum swinging to expose. Rotation so true, no flurf can oppose. Telescopes beaming, Copernican frames. Centuries stacking, flirts out of their games. Round pound, sharper minds, we probe for the real. History stacked tall, experiments that seal curious minds. Globe-trot evidence rolls deep, while flirts count shadows, we night sky sweep. Launching satellites, proof in the pics. Flirts screaming tricks, we dropping data bricks. Physics and logic on a level supreme. It's a curved reality, splitting flirt dreams. Launching satellites, proof in the pics. Flirts screaming tricks, we dropping data bricks. Physics and logic on a level supreme. It's a curved reality, splitting flirt dreams.
Hey people, how's it going there? Welcome back. This is Pseudoscience Sunday with Curious UK. I'm just going to check out a few different things here, and we'll see, have some fun, find the derp, and see where we end up. So, there we are. Got my little spacewalk man there, little spaceman. And obviously sweetened with Flat Earth tears. Have a little sip, and let's get crack-a-lackin'. Flat Earth tears, always so sweet, always sweeten my coffee. Let's get crack-a-lackin' here. All right. So hopefully you enjoyed some of my I have a little bit of music there. I've tried to put in that I've made for my while I'm waiting to come on, and then I have a new intro. That's why I'm a little bit late. I made a new intro, and it took a little longer. I get kids kicked off to bed, and took a little bit to make that, but hey, hopefully everybody let me know how you feel. Put the comments down below. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Click the like button, like my videos, and share it out to all your friends and family or your enemies. You know, any flat earthers want to jump in here, I'm always up for a little bit of Flat Earth Derp. It's always fun. All right, so let's go going here. We're going to check something else. So we're going to check out Micky Smith, see what he's up to. He was on live literally like maybe about 20 minutes ago, and then he got off. I think they had Flat Earth reconnaissance. They ended up going into Vika's live, so I don't know if I'll go in there or not. Depends how I feel. See if I'm up for a little bit of kicking the balls or not. We'll see that, or I might just try to do the TikTok live again and see if we can get any Flat Earthers in. I was on TikTok the night there with Critical Think, and we actually had a Flat Earther who refused to come up in the comments, but I was completely given good old globe probing anyways from the and let him have a go. So we'll see if anybody's on there. I may either join a live or start my own live. We'll see. We'll go from there and see what happens. I really need to get like a stand for my phone so I can have that up looks better, but we'll see here. Okay. So let's check out Mikey, see what he's been up to here, and then we'll go from there. All right, so we got Micky Smith here, and he's got this one here. A couple days ago, he put this up, and it's a Galaxy Conspiracy Telescope BS. Kind of got me a little interest because, as anybody, if you don't know, I do fancy myself. Well, I'm a bit of an amateur astrophotographer. Funny enough, I'm having a bit of issues with doing my astrophotography, processing it, and I realized, yeah, it was me. I screwed up. I had the wrong settings, so it was doing my head in for a few weeks, and I was starting to freaking question my my sanity. But I think I got it going. So hopefully, I'll get some more videos up in my astrophotography part of this on my channel. Don't forget to check it out. And I'm gonna see now that I kind of got things sorted a little bit, and we're getting into the season where and get a lot easier. The moon looks awesome tonight, but it's very low in the sky, so kind of hard to see. But yeah, we'll hopefully get some more up on there. So let's check this out and see. Micky Smith or Flat Earth Derp is still not emailed me. He is still refusing to email me. I have put it out there several times. Micky Smith, look, mate, come on live here. I know you just came off of with your other live there, but hey, look. More than welcome to. I'm not a bad guy. I'm not going to be a jerk. I'll be nice to you. You know, I understand. You know, but all I want to do is just compare some things. I just want to run a few things, ask some questions, and compare a few things, and so you can come to some sort of like just kind of pick your brain a bit. I know you've been doing it longer than I have, but I do have some questions on some of your material and some of your observations and stuff like that. That's all it is, really. I just have, I'm unsure, and I think maybe if we can help each other out, be awesome. But if nothing else, I like to compare. I did put a challenge out to say, look, you think that your binoculars are better than my telescope. That's cool. That's awesome. I would love to see that. Let's compare. Prove you yourself right. Prove that your binoculars are better, because your binoculars are a lot cheaper than getting a telescope, right? I got an old telescope. I bought it online on eBay, but it seems to do me well. I have an astro camera that I bought on, my wife got me off of Amazon. And I want to see, have I wasted my money? Have I not? I mean, I got a smartphone. I got an S24 Ultra. I mean, it's got a pretty good camera. It's kind of one of the reasons I bought it. So I do digress, kind of going on here a little bit, but let's go on. Let's check this out and see. I don't know how far we get into this video. Depends on how much crap it is. I am going to put the speed up a little bit so we can get through this a bit quicker. All right, let's check this out.
At least this is what they represent, right? It's not really to scale.
Right, I'm not sure what this is. Actually, Micky Smith doing this himself, not for educational purposes. I'm not sure what he's on about here.
This is where they think they live. So let's go to...
All right, so this looks like it's Micky Smith looking at a YouTube video that he's put up on his YouTube channel. All right.
Oh, this...
I have a little drink out of my mason jar. Let's get going.
We're just going to wait for a few people to come in. I'm going to look for something here.
Come on, Mikey. What are you doing?
Yeah. Of course, I never remember where I put this shit. I'm just doing some phoning today. Or do I have it on my phone? Or we're going to be doing some phoning today. We are phoning the so-called astronomers. Because we're going to try to put some pressure on them for them to record some videos of stars, which no space agency has ever done.
That's a lie. There's loads of space agencies that record stars all the time, and amateur astrophotographers, myself included.
let alone the astronomers. Just trying to figure out what I just saw.
That's a lie. Astronomers record the stars all the time. In fact, the major thing that astronomers do is record the stars, because you want to watch like things like Betelgeuse and normally knows different stars. They like to watch to see the patterns, stuff like that. That's how come they know Betelgeuse is going through different cycles, as well as they think that it may go supernova here soon because of the recordings of the stars.
I'm gonna go back. I've got a crazy. Unless we go to this video that was posted, yeah, that might work. So we're just gonna get a few people to come in. We're gonna be there's Ryan. Okay, Roger that. We are gonna be phoning astronomers today. At least, yeah, we could. It's not late in the day, at least on the East Coast yet, so we could phone a few people, but we're going to try to phone. First of all, I'm going to phone. There's a telescope store in Edmonton, Alberta. That's where I'm going to be phoning first, and we're going to ask them some questions.
Good old Edmonton, Alberta. One time was the capital of Canada.
I don't have any questions written down. Hopefully I can just do it by memory, but I'm just going to kind of go along with it. And
so I'm just checking real quick here to see if I actually had any emails off of Flat Earth Reconnaissance or anybody. I actually did send something, and I got absolutely nothing. They have refused, and I've even put it out. I've even commented. Funny enough, I commented on his comment that he put up on my one of my videos, and I said, "Look, I still got any emails. Are you guys still doing it or what?" And nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's not commented or anything. I will check I'm gonna double check on that just in case. I don't want to be a liar here, so let's just check and see. But as far as I know, last I checked, I had nothing on that. So let's just check here and see. Let's just let Mikey waffle on here while I do this.
I was going to show a video here, so I'll show that later once I just got to find this link. Okay, I just saw the video. It was like a. Unless it was on my history. And yeah, so possibly, what's going on here? FE Patriot, good to see you there, guys. Maybe I could play the video here while we wait. Oops, let me switch the screens around here.
Yeah, Flat Earth Reconnaissance. Let's see if you go back to me. No, just checking here again. I was last person to comment on this twice. He had said something like, "Well, that's the whole point of what he said about going in," and I sent him an email, and then I said, "Let me know." He goes, "That's the whole point. Have professionals meet and discuss all this." And I went, "Fantastic. Look forward to it then." And then 6 days ago, I put out no email yet. I've been checking. Is Mikey a bit nervous? I'm a nice guy, really. I just want to compare images we each have of some celestial objects. I listed them in my video. I want to see his 80 times 20 binoculars get better observations than my secondhand eBay 130 millimeter Newtonian, and nothing yet. So I think they're running and hiding and avoiding this. So Mikey, stop running. Or Flat Earth Reconnaissance, stop running. They said, not. You don't want to debate, that's fine. I'm not bothered, but I wouldn't mind having on. We can compare a few things. Let me know. I can try to do other. I can download and get something. I don't have any software yet on this, but I can get that. I haven't had anybody want to come on this live stream. Obviously, I can get something. Let me know what you use, and I'll download it. See if I can set it up or something. So let me know. But yeah, stop running, please. Unless you're scared, I'm right. I mean, unless you're scared that my old secondhand Newtonian is better than your binoculars. Right. Why are you selling those bigger ones?
Hi guys, this is the wonderful globe model. At least this is what they represent, right? It's not really to scale, but
No, it's only a toy.
This
That
is
one.
where they think they live.
We know we
So
live
let's
there.
go to the bottom
Provable,
of the globe.
observable,
This
demonstrably
is from the Dollarama
evidence.
here in Canada. So we will read the agreement.
He went to Dollarama and he thinks he's going to get something. Yeah, this map is for illustrative purposes only. Names and boundaries are not do not imply any opinion, endorsement, or accompanist of Dollarama, and it says in French as well because it's Canada.
This map is for illustrative purpose only. Names and boundaries do not imply any opinion, endorsement, or acceptance by Dollarama. Okay, now keep that in mind for what you're looking at here.
Yeah, he bought himself a cheap freaking like dollar store freaking toy globe. You think he wants something that's got high accuracy? You're gonna have to pay for it. That can give you a pretty good general idea of different things. You can still use it for doing testing a few different things. But like so I use my little freaking inflatable globy one here, and I've been able to demonstrate a few things that Flat Earthers have asked and be able to like how like distances, like with putting stuff in front because I can use to scale different things like that. It's not okay. These aren't stuff on here isn't accurate. It's not even very well done, right? Like, there's no boundaries. It's probably not exactly to scale, and obviously it's not exactly the right shape. But you can kind of test and get some ideas and stuff like that using this. So, and that there is probably even a little better in this thing, but that's all I have for this moment in time.
You think this really makes sense to you?
But what that's literally saying is that some of the stuff on there, some of the land masses, or some like the countries and stuff like that, may not be exactly accurate, right? Some of the boundaries and stuff like that. That's what it's pretty much saying.
Let's go over here to North America. So Hoover Dam is right there in the southwest there. How does Hoover Dam work on that curved surface? Explain to me how.
Because we have gravity.
That works. All right, moving on.
Gravitation.
We are going to go inside Winners and check out their artistic globes because they're only for decorative purposes. Let's go check them out. We'll have to see if they have any here today, but we'll check them out.
By the way, the place he's in, it's like a outlet store, so they might even have it in there because it's just like a outlet for a few different shops and stuff. They buy like excess stuff, spinners.
Kind of shiny, like a globe, like a planet globe.
I didn't understand like what kind of you want. I don't know what.
Yeah, just a globe, like a planet, like the planet Earth.
Oh, globe.
Yeah,
Oh,
globe.
we
Yeah.
have. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's okay.
If we have any kind of chip
Yeah, it should be over here somewhere. Yeah.
and here.
Oh yeah, here's something. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, guys. Okay, globe lickers, ball lickers. Don't get too excited now. Decorative purpose only. Remember, this is your model, not ours. We don't
100%,
say
you can
flat
see
Earth
that's
for decorative purposes only. We say for educational purposes. All right, moving on. Let's.
The only thing is, there is no flat Earth model. Like, show me a flat Earth model that works. There's none. Even flat Earthers, a lot of them say they don't have a model because it doesn't work. There's no flat Earth model that's for educational purposes only. They're all made up cartoons. I mean, find me one flat Earth model that works. It isn't just a toy that some guys made. But if Mikey's looking for educational globe, not a problem. There's one here. You can buy on Amazon, but you're not going to find them there. And this one here is $37.99, so 38 pounds, right? So you're looking at probably about around 50 Canadian dollars. And it said here, 32-inch educational world globe, weighted base, classroom decorative, large earth, students, geography teachers, 360. What else do we have here? Let's see here. I'll go into this. Physical globe, political globe, techno globe, mini political world globe, travel, little traveler's globe, discovery globe. Um, what are these ones like here? Let's see here. See, here's one here. For key stage 2 globe, 23 centimeter diameter. Suitable discovery for discovery is a fiberboard globe. Photography suitable for key stage 2 study is political map of exceptional detail, featuring all the world's major cities, and is mounted on popular clear view stand. Colors may vary. Allow students to remove the globe for closer inspection. And it is 31 pounds. And normally, it's is when they have a scale. One thing Flat Earth never has is any kind of scale on them. So this will give you a scale. Can't see it on this picture here. So see if you can find one that can show us a picture with the scale on it. If okay, don't do that. There's key stage 1 there. Go away. I don't want my adverts. Key stage 2. mini globes for the world withstand. Economy physical world globe withstand. This is a globe features detailed physical cartography that highlights rivers, deserts, rivers, mountain ranges, and seas. This makes it a valuable geography resource for primary schools. Key Stage 2, ideal for Key Stage 2 globe, supports learning objectives related to locational knowledge and human and physical geography. The globe is durable plastic, ensures stability and longevity, making it suitable for classroom use. Clear labeling. Cities are emboldened and marked with large black star, while city symbols indicate population levels. So, economy physical globe. So, this here is like it shows it's for educational purposes. There you are. Overview cartography faintly indicates political boundaries and beautifully shows the natural features of the continent landscapes. Students need a comprehensive tool for teaching locational knowledge. This globe addresses the need that by featuring detailed physical cartography, including deserts, rivers, mountain ranges, seas, and ocean features like ridges, rises, trenches, and basins. Each city marked carried a symbol of according to population levels, and capital cities are emboldened and marked with a large black star. The globe aligns with national curriculum for geography, supporting Key Stage 2 objectives by aiding in the naming and locating of world's continents, oceans, and the United Kingdom and its countries. It serves various geography topics, including human and physical geography, constructive of the durable material. The globe sits on a sturdy base, ensuring longevity and stability during classroom use. Clear labeling of continents, oceans, and major cities enhances students' understanding of global geography, making it an essential tool for geography teachers. So it's not that hard to find what you're looking for. You just have to go to the right store to buy it. You want to buy stuff like that? Go to a store that sells these things. Now there was 30 some pounds, right? So you're not going to find it in Winners. You're not going to find it in freaking the pound store or the dollar store, because they don't have that stuff like that. You want something that's accurate. There you are. Like here's even you're doing a good one. Here's an IntelliGlobe 2 deluxe interactive globe with wireless pen for £250. Right? You want to spend about $300 on a globe? There, have fun. Here's another one here. This one here is even more accurate. High quality raised relief physical globe mounted on durable base. And if you see here, I don't know if I can zoom in on that at all. If you see here, it actually should have a I can get that to come up on my thing. It's giving us, it should have a scale right there. So there you are. Not a problem. Do they make globes for educational purposes? 120%. I just showed several different ones. Does Winners sell them? No. They sell decorations. They sell home decor. Can you find it in a dollar store? No. Why? Because it's a freaking dollar store. So, see, this is just the indoctrination that Micky Smith dislikes to peddle. And I think part of it is that he has been indoctrinated himself and pushed all these lies. Let's crack on.
See if we can find. These are actually kind of neat. Wouldn't mind one of these. For decorative purposes only, of course. And we've got. That's upside
Is it
down. Maybe it's in Australia.
$35 for that?
Not for educational purposes. Let's check this.
No, you gotta go somewhere that sells educational materials.
Made in India. All right, guys. What else? Look at all these nice, fancy globes. Isn't this funny? Okay, what else?
Having a good deal on this one. What's that one there?
Not
20
for
bucks?
educational use. So why do they have them in classrooms then? Can you explain that to me?
Because they have educational globes that are done by cartographers and are geographically accurate with the sizes and the distances and everything else. It's not that difficult to figure out. But I don't make use of the sharpest tool in the shed now, is he? Adjusting something here. There we are.
Which one I'm going to get for Christmas? They got lots of them here.
But mine one of those.
Kind of fancy. It'd be nice to have one of these in the background, wouldn't it? In my apartment for only.
Well, that one there actually might have a scale on it. Hold on.
Only for decorative purposes.
Maybe not.
Here we go, guys. Oh, it was east. Sorry, we got to go east. All right, guys. There we go. It's all done. Good stuff. Any ball lickers in this town? Look at all the fancy globes. Okay, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right. Let's get on with the show already, hey, guys? I found my video.
Just for context, just because I want to be fair here, let's just look up. Here. Here, before I forgot to switch over. That's all right. Here we are. So let's just see, where is the flat Earth model? So we have one about science denier. So we got something here which doesn't work. Because if you can see the sun, if the sun is there, let's just make this a bit bigger. If the sun is there, then you'll be able to see it over here as well over there, right? And if the moon is there, you'll be able to see it everywhere else as well. And if the sun is there and it's shining this way, the whole world's only ever going to see a half moon and never going to see a full moon, unless from this side. But then you have the sun above you, so how are you going to see this the moon? But then also the sun is from here, and you can very easily see it from this side over here, anywhere else. So that doesn't work because that sun you can see it anywhere in the whole. I mean, how you get the 24-hour sun? Actually, you'd always have a 24-hour sun. The whole entire planet would always have a 24-hour sun. So that fails. That's just a toy. How about this one here? All right, so that one there. How does that work? My cues. See, that doesn't work because once again, where's the sun? Where's the moon? Where's the stars? And how you have 24-hour sun? Oh, that doesn't work, right? And then distances. Oh, they don't work. Holy crap! What else do we have here? All right, let's just see here. Oh, look, there's a cartoon of one. That's just a cartoon. No. Where else can we find one? Can you find anything that's actually legit? We got one guy here just put a sign on it that says fake Earth, but no 24. Okay, nothing there. We have cartoons. That doesn't work. See. Or you can buy a flat Earth if you want off Etsy. But it's, and I wonder how much that is actually. That's a good question. Let's just check and see how much a. This might be cool if I had a flat Earth model here I could use. Hold on, let me see here. Look at that, 23 pounds there. Oh, this item is sold out. Does that make any more? Oh, that's too bad. Alright, let's just see here. Sorry, my daughter wanted something. So, yeah, we have. Oh, what? You think this one works? DIY cartography, making maps. Why is it tilted? This is only just the making maps, DIY cartography. Is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth? But none of that. That doesn't look right. And then obviously the distances from South America to Australia and everything, that doesn't work. Why is Australia bigger than the United States when it's measurably not? Why is Australia the size of like Russia when it's not? So that doesn't work. So that's you can't even buy that one. I don't even know what that is. What is that anyways? Can you even buy that? Cosmology. Oh, this is just a how to make one. Amazon. Oh, $27.93. Free mini model included. Ah, display model. All right, so it's only for display purposes only. All right, I thought Mikey said that these were all for on the educational. This is Flat Earth map dome display model wood base acrylic dome gift. All right, so it's just for display purposes only. Display models, yeah, community for us by us. Oh, it doesn't deliver to the United Kingdom. Never mind. I had to buy one because then I can do like tests. I can like test each model, see which one works, which one doesn't work. Or I could just print one out. I mean, I got a table that works just as well as any other Flat Earth model. I've done loads of stuff with that. So, all right, let's move over to the other one. Let's just keep going here, Micky Smith.
But I want to show you guys eventually. We are going to have a discussion, and again, I know some of this information might make you uncomfortable, but I'm trying to get my beautiful t-shirt there in the background. For those of you who have been watching me, let's go to the chat. Hey, let's do this properly, guys, because there is a YouTube book 101 out there, and anyways, moving on. We got Roger Dodger in the chat, Tree Dude, Lord Racer, Effie Patriot, Ryan, and everybody else, and all the other usual suspects. So I'm sorry that I'm a person that questions things, okay? I need to apologize before I start talking. So I'm sorry that I question things. I'm sorry that I have to ask 20 questions per statement that I've been told by YouTube, you personally, or my friends. That's what I do. I question things. And for those of you who have been watching, I'm going to talk about this quickly. We're going to move on to telescopes. This camera is a low-grade camera. This is a P1000, low-quality camera. It's only $1,500, $1,000 now probably, because they do have the P1100 out, which is a waste of money. It's exactly the same as.
Yeah, funny enough, is like a lot of flat earthers saying, "Oh, they canceled the P1000 because NASA's canceled it, and then I can't count the P1100." So did they cancel it? No, they didn't discontinue it because they're trying to hide the truth. They discontinued the P1000 because they brought out a newer model, which has got the same optics, but I think it's got slightly better software in it and a few more features and stuff like that. So flat earthers for ages was saying they canceled the P1000 because NASA was trying to hide the truth because the P1000 is a globe killer, and then they came out with the P1100. So that just shows how conspiratorial and how stupid flat earthers are. Now, is the P1000 a low quality camera? It's an awesome camera for what it's designed for, which is to take some lovely like pictures of scenery, pictures of your kids, take different pictures. It's a amateur market high zoom camera, and that's what it's designed for, right? It was, when it's used correctly, I think it's a decent camera, and it's a lot of money, right? It's a lot more money than I can spend on a camera or would want to spend. Can you get another camera? Can you get just as good quality camera photographs with like a regular with a older camera or lower quality camera? Probably, because sometimes what it is down to the user and how you use it, right? The whole idea of the Nikon P1000, P900, P1100, all those there is that kind of takes some of that stuff out of it. It has the software kind of built in for people to point and shoot. That's what the whole camera is designed for. Can you get? I have one that's like when back in this day, it was like an 800-pound camera. Now it's obviously I got it for a lot cheaper. I actually got it from my wife. Yeah, wife. Sorry, Sam. Yeah, it's yours. And it takes gorgeous pictures. And then I can buy it's got lenses. I can put different lenses on it and stuff like that, right? I can take just as nice pictures. But it takes a bit more skill to use, a bit more of a learning curve than like buying like something like that. But then you get what you pay for, right? Do I have £1,000 to pay for a camera? No. But you know what, the one we have does gorgeous anyways. Takes lovely pictures. So and you can use, I've seen, there's a video I watched, some guy used a P1000 and did some astrophotography with it. If you know how to use it correctly, you can use it for doing some stuff. Yes, it does work, but you have to know how to use it correctly, and even then it's still not the best thing. A telescope is always better. The guy did a comparison. We had the P1000 and his telescope, and while the P1000 did okay shots, the telescope was better. Why? Because the telescope that's what it's designed for. It's purposely designed to take pictures of celestial objects. Telescope in P1000, not so much. Binoculars, not really. Cell phone camera, not really. Telescope, planetary camera, like what I have, yes, it's exactly what they're for. Can I use it for other things? Probably yes, I can. I could probably do like long distance shots of different things, and I'm probably going to try that because I have a couple different telescopes. I probably can do it. Will it be as good a quality as like a P1000? Sharpness, probably not. It'd be fairly good, but then I know how I got different things I can tweak and change and do stuff like that. So I don't know. We'll have to try. I've never actually tried it to do some daytime photography, long distance photography. But hey, I might actually get somewhere with it. I know a little bit about my equipment, so we'll try.
Is this thing? I even checked out the specs, so I don't know what the difference is, but there's got to be something there I don't understand.
It's software.
So the P900, the P1000, I have figured out, right, that it's horrible for recording stars. It's good for recording the moon and the sun, yes, but not the stars. You need to bump up your quality of camera, maybe move up to the $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 range, and you might get some better pictures. But moving on to telescopes.
Not really. There's loads of YouTube videos of guys using very basic, cheaper DLSRs, and you can get some where you can have it. Some where you can get it where it's converted to go into a telescope. You get a little like what mine where the lens comes off, or other ones you can just, if you know how to use them on a mount. Tracking mounts even better, or something like that. If you have a tracking EQ mount, much better observations. And there's lots of videos where guys have used much lower, cheaper cameras and gotten absolutely gorgeous pictures. I've had a few myself, and I've had some. I've just done like some exposure pictures like that, because I don't have a tracking mount on a tripod. Set a timer, push a button, leave it, let it settle, and I've had some nice pictures of the night sky. A big broader, because I don't have a really super zoomed in lens. But so I'm looking at hopefully be doing that some more this year. So
I've been talking about this for a while with a friend of mine, and the telescopes are very, very manipulated. I've been doing some research on them. I don't know what the purpose of telescopes is, other
to look at astrology and look at objects in the sky. Sorry, yeah. I was trying to think of the stupid word, but it's celestial objects.
than getting a wider view of the sky.
Incorrect.
Producing very shitty quality pictures of stars
Incorrect.
and supposed galaxies. I can zoom in with my binoculars nice and tight on the sky. I can zoom into an individual star.
And so can I.
Okay, so in the last 2.5 years of doing that, I have never seen a galaxy. I'm not sure.
Because his binoculars and his phone aren't good enough. Deep sky, you need a tracking mount and long exposure.
Where they are, but I have panned left, right, up, down from horizon to horizon. There are no galaxies, okay? Don't know what they look like other than on your CGI cartoon pictures or what these people on TikTok or Facebook videos like to show you. Those are computer generated images.
Lie.
I don't fake my stuff. That is not fake. That is 100% factual information right there.
That's wrong.
Now, I can't go out every single night.
That's a poor quality image.
I'm going to record that star like that. I don't even know how I got it in the first place. It's probably due to the wonderful work that I do, the many hours, weeks, or months I spend outside recording the sky. So eventually something's going to show up. But in relation to the telescopes, you're looking at 500 magnification. I don't know what the fuck that even means, because you're not seeing anything.
What did you say?
If you have
what did you say?
500, you're not. I don't know. 100 the telescopes. Wow. But in relation to the telescopes, you're looking at 500 magnification.
Some telescopes, yeah, if you get a good enough one, yeah. I think my Celestron Astromaster 130 can do 307 times magnification, I think it is.
I don't know what the fuck that even means.
Well, so 2.5 years he's been doing this. He doesn't realize a telescope can go, like some good, decent telescopes, and go up to 500 times magnification. Guess what his binoculars can do? 20 times magnification. He thinks he's getting zoomed in, but his binoculars are doing 20 times magnification, and then he's using his phone and going like that and using the digital zoom to try to zoom in more. Can you do that? Well, yeah, you can. I've done it. I have images, poor quality images, when I had my little solo mark 70 by 700 millimeter refractor telescope, and I was using a Galaxy S20 FE, and I was just starting out. I was like on a cell phone mount on my my telescope, just starting out. I didn't know how to zoom in correctly. I didn't know how to, it was my very first ones, and the quality wasn't the best. But could I zoom in on a single star? Yes. Could I zoom in a single star better than Micky Smith? Yes, 100%. I had more magnification. I think that goes up to 175 times zoom on that, depending on what you're doing. So I think max zoom 175 times on the my Solo Mark 70 by 700 millimeter. Oh no, 70 millimeter by 700. Yeah, like my and obviously it's a refractor, smaller, 70 compared to my 133 millimeter reflector. Here, I just wanted to see something here. He's talking about. Hold on, where is it here? But yeah, it's sorry. But that's what it is. He doesn't know what that is. 2.5 years, he doesn't realize that his binoculars only have 20 times zoom. Like a telescope will have 500 times. Come on. So my computer's just being a little jerk here. Come on, don't. So depending on how much money you want to spend on a telescope depends on what you're going to get, right? Obviously, the more you spend, the better lenses you get, the better mirrors you get. 500 times zoom. I've seen ones that were like, they literally need two people just to pick them up. You have to use a pickup truck to move them. I just want to see something. He's talking telescope. Oh, it's 500 times zoom. Let's see. Telescope. 100 times zoom. Which one is he talking about? That can't be it. What is he talking about? I'm just looking to see here. It seems to be like a rangefinder scope. It says 500 times zoom. What I'm seeing here, I don't know. It seems like a marketing thing to me. Come on, go away. Oh, what that was. I can do a HD telescope telephoto lens. It's 192.06 for a Canon EOS Rebel telephoto zoom lens, 500 times. And look at the size of it though. That's a monster. I mean, that's you have to mount that onto a tripod there just to get it to work. That's oh, he's on about there. If he wants to see a big one, then biggest oh, biggest telescope. Oops, I spell that correctly. World's biggest amateur telescope. You want to see a big one? How about this monster here? You literally have to sit inside of it. Come on, you. There you are. And yes, this is an amateur telescope. It's custom made, but yeah, it's world's amateur telescope. Mike Clemens 100.8 millimeter 70-inch telescope has a new home in Utah Salisbury Park Observatory Complex. But can you buy? There's more. I know there's other ones out here. There's ones you can actually buy, and they're. Come on, where is it there? I can find it. And there's ones like this guy here. But yeah, you want to talk about like some zoom? These guys here, right? Now you can buy these. I won't even tell you how much the zoom is on that, but yeah, there you're gonna get some deep sky stuff with these. 120%. When you need to like hand crank it, this is that fella building his, by the way. There's two of them there, right? Dobsonian telescopes, that's the one. That's right there. Yeah, they're you get some zoom on them. Get some good zoom on them. I'm going to this here. Let's hold on here.
Consider our flatard in a really long corridor again. According to flatard perspective, beyond a few miles he should no longer be able to see the floor of the corridor, and he should see more distant lights on the ceiling disappear below the horizon on the floor. Well, we've already established that this makes no geometric sense whatsoever, so let's reset the corridor. What if we hung our flatard by his feet from the ceiling, put some lights on the floor, and rotated the camera so that it only appeared that our flatard was stood on the floor? What would flatard
One-minute picture, 20 pictures in 1 hour, 60 pictures in 3 hours. So this is long exposure, 120 pictures in 6 hours. This is tracking mount results. See, this is why if Micky Smith isn't seeing stuff, because you need one a motorized tracking mount that can track. Because as you've seen there, he wasn't getting it. Like I say, if you look at like the beginning, one picture in 3 hours, right? So he had a tracking mount there. This is why Micky Smith's not understanding. Watch this. See how that's tracking the here's how it works, right? So it's tracked it. So one picture, 3-minute long exposure, right? Total exposure time 3 minutes. You can see that, right? Okay, cool. Then 20 pictures in 1 hour, 1 hour exposure time, 20 pictures. You see more, right? This is a star cluster. 60 pictures, which is 3 hours exposure time. Now you can see a lot more. 120 pictures, 6 hours total exposure time with a motorized tracking mount that was locked on and tracking. Now you're seeing more. This is why Micky Smith is seeing galaxies. Final results after processing, which you stack them all, you get this. More exposure time. Equals more light. He wants to know how people are getting it.
Let's hunt some galaxies.
Okay, that's a big ass freaking Newtonian telescope, right? That's big. I mean, that makes mine look tiny. Motorized tracking mount. He's got astro camera there. And he's got a tracking camera. This is first. Oh, he's aligned. Yeah, he's getting it all lined up. Set tracking mount. There you can see it tracking the sky because they're following the Earth's rotation. There you are. This is what it looks like. That's what Micky sees only that. So what it is Micky is only seeing that, right? He's only seeing, I can't even get the things in the way, but he thinks he's looking at a star. He's probably seeing galaxies, he didn't realize it. There's a galaxy right there. Zoom in, okay, right? Now what you need is exposure time. There you go. More exposure time. Processing and exposure time. Something Micky doesn't do is any kind of processing software, nothing like that. That'll clean it up, stack the images. This is how they're getting it. That's Astrally. I've actually spoke to him. I've watched his live stuff like that. He's a good guy. Look, he's got massive telescope. I mean, look at that. What you need is a telescope like that, massive, huge one. Get loads of light in there, and then focused into the sensor. Mikey's got little, like something like that size, right? Maybe, if that. You're not gonna get as much light. I have 130 millimeters. This is why I say I'm gonna get better images than he is. Mine's like that big. He's got this much. I have that much going into a sensor. So that's how they're getting it. Unfortunately, he's just not smart enough to realize this.
Because you're not seeing anything.
You are.
If you have 500 magnification, this little tiny army dude that's way over here should be right here in front of you. Okay? I only have 20 magnification on my binoculars, and I'm getting stars like that.
It's not a star, though.
I don't know
That's...
what the point of these telescopes are, other than to see the entire sky, or a good percentage of it, 30 or 40.
Mikey doesn't know how telescopes work and why they're big.
40% of this, no, not even that, probably. How much would you see with a telescope? 20, 30% of the sky, of the entirety of the sky?
20 or 30%? Fuck off. Shit. You're not going to see 20%. You can even see 20% of the sky you looked up with your eyes.
Why do I need to see more stars? I don't want to see more stars. I want to see individual stars. Okay, folks? So don't tell me to go buy a telescope. I've already been to an observatory southwest in my province. What was it last? It wasn't. No, it was almost a year and a half ago. I went there, and I went there to try to record the stars. Again, wasn't clear enough. But I did get a chance to go into the observatory. I had to wait for the gentleman from the university because he's so intelligent to explain how the telescopes work, and for him to show me a star in the sky. Okay, now when I looked through the side of the telescope, of course they're bending the light, right? They're manipulating shit already, and already for you to see the stars, you're not looking straight on. There's always an angle here, or there's an angle here for an eyepiece. Why would I want to look this way to look that way? I don't turn my head to look that way. This is so stupid, guys. Everything in telescopes is 100% manipulated, okay? And these jokesters that like to use them on TikTok and show how big their freaking junk is in front of you, because the bigger the telescope, the smaller the dinky. So I'm not sure exactly what the point of that is. I'm going to show you a video. We will analyze the video, and I will show you, and you will see that it's manipulated. You might as well just phone up NASA and say, what the fuck? Because these guys who have these $5,000 telescopes, or however much they cost, thousands of dollars, are being paid off.
That cost me £50.
Or they're hired by the government.
That I bought from a charity, and I'm not being paid off, and I don't work for the government anymore. Don't work for the government.
Or they are agents themselves. Pick your poison.
Just ignore that.
You will see what I see, okay? You will see the video of the sky that this guy shows as a time lapse for the however long the one.
Excuse me while I drink out of a mason jar. Oh. Oh, hold on a second. I'm getting a call. Hello, NASA. Oh yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, I'm watching a video now. Oh no, I'm making sure to like let everybody know that it's yeah, that telescopes. Yeah, I'm doing what they said. I'm telling them that telescopes don't manipulate things, and they I showed them the images. Yeah, no, it's all in their hand. Trust me. So if I do this, you get a bonus, right? Okay, good. All right. Yeah. Make sure to tell Claire in finance that get the bonus out to me, right? All right, thanks. Okay, bye. Sorry. I had that was a phone call. Yeah. All right. Let's continue on.
one clip is in the video. It's like 10 seconds long, maybe, or less. It's absolutely stupid. Stupid. Okay? And if you can, here's another one. None of these guys with these like 12-inch telescopes, the lenses on these things, they've never recorded a video of a galaxy. Nobody has ever recorded.
Hold on, hold on. I'm pretty sure I just showed a video of that, didn't I? Did I show a video of a guy recording a video of a galaxy astrally? Hold on. Hold on. Let's just double check that hole. That's a telescope. Yeah, okay. Pointing at the sky, yeah. Seems to have a camera on it, yeah. Yeah. Hold on, that seems to be a video. Look at that. See all the, yeah? Oh. Hold on, wait a minute. It seems to, yeah. So, yeah, checks out. Yeah. That was a video. Okay, yeah, all right. Let's just double check. Maybe it was wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was just astrally doing it. Let's just check and see here. Oh, let's just see here. Well, so. Let's see if I can find oh wait, that was the well, let's just see what this one is. Hold on here. What's this one?
Breaking space news, JWST has just recreated one of the most incredible space photos.
Alright, that's just I didn't see who that was. She's good, like hold on. Maybe I need to do astrophotography. Oh. Oh look, this guy got galaxies on his smartphone. Right, so, which you can do, by the way. I have done it myself.
Over 4 years, I have imaged this galaxy containing over 1 trillion stars.
Oh, let's check this out. It's astrally again. This is giant. Hold on. That is a very expensive telescope. I would love to have something like that. That's about it's about the size of what I have there.
M101, the Pinwheel Galaxy.
Oh, look at that. Pinwheel Galaxy. Video. Holy crap, was that? Some are images. Because what Micky doesn't realize is that you do a video and then you track it, which is literally a video, and then you take the video, because the video is just a series of images. Maybe Mike doesn't realize this, but a video is a whole bunch of images, like one after the other. And then you stack those images, and you stack them over top of each other, and then you clean it up, and it helps to fill in gaps where like the atmosphere and stuff or clouds and stuff gets in the way. See this? He's taking a video. As you can see, that it's tracking the sky as the Earth
Over
rotates.
4 years, I have imaged this galaxy.
So yes,
This is my favorite image of the season so far.
there's that one, or the Sunflower Galaxy. There you are.
I pointed my new telescope at the Sunflower Galaxy. Here is the result.
Now, he's got like a decent, like that's a decent camera, way better than I have, right? And his tracking mounts with a lot. So he's calibrating it. You have to do this with Newtonian telescopes. You have to make sure that they're all lined up and everything. The mirrors are lined up. He's putting a monster camera in there. The camera's just a beast. It's so expensive, but so nice. And that tracking mount. And then he'd have a separate camera that's in his finder scope, which would be a tracking camera, which then runs through software, and you'll pinpoint and it'll lock onto stars, like what you want to lock onto, and it'll track it throughout the night sky. As your Earth rotates, as Earth's rotation, it'll follow. It actually keeps up the Earth's rotation, so it moves 15 degrees per hour. 15 degrees per hour. As well, it has to be polar aligned. They have to align these with the geographic pole, the pole star, so that way it does exactly what it's doing here. It moves that way. It'll move up. So just that movement there proves that the Earth is not flat and it's not stationary. It's just the fact of how that mount moves. It can only happen because of how because of the globe. So, yeah, it's Astrally, and he says somebody asks him, how do you finance all these different telescopes? No hate. He says I have a very good job, along with working with the biggest astrophotography companies. I think he sells. If you look, he sells his work and stuff like that. He takes gorgeous shots and stuff like that. You know, no hate, but yeah, so, and then somebody said, living in dream goes, I am, but with 3 years of pure dedication to astrophotography. So he's got 3 years into it, and he's obviously got some good money. Do you think the C-Star S30 is a good telescope? Yeah, the C-Star S30 is a good one. I think he put that up. Usually says when they put it up. I can't see. 1 week ago. So 1 week ago, he's put that up. Yep. And that's guy just doing it as a hobby in his own backyard, not being paid by anybody. He pays for all the stuff himself, and I think he promotes stuff with the with some of the astrophotography companies and stuff like that. So.
A video of one. If they are there and you're taking pictures of them, okay, move your telescope left or right, up or down, go away from the galaxy, come back into view. And again, I don't want you to edit that video either. I want a continuous.
The only way, like, I obviously Mikey doesn't realize the only way you can get stars, or not stars, galaxies, is a long exposure time over a very long time, because they're very, very, very faint, deep sky, and you have to keep locked on, and you gotta track it, and you stay locked on. That's why it looks like a star with maybe a bit of haze around it, maybe a hazy star. And as the longer you're on it, focused in, the more you'll get. So you'll get more and more of it. But Mikey, it's something he hasn't looked into. That's why you can see stars. You can see planets really easy because planets are a lot closer, and you can track them this way. I can get the planets, and you also need to be somewhere where it's really dark as well, right? Obviously, Astro Lee there, he's got a good backyard where he doesn't have a lot of light pollution. Where I am, I can see some star clusters. I've had like the Pleiades star cluster stuff, but that's rather bright and easy. But yeah, you can get star clusters. I've had it myself. Several times.
Video of your phone coming up to your eyepiece. Instead of cutting, you keep recording, and
That's not how you get galaxies.
You show me that galaxy in reality. And another question is, they're always by themselves. I always have people with me when I'm recording stuff.
Yeah, because people don't, not always. You can be part of astronomy club, and loads of people can get that. But you're talking like, you're out there for hours on end. So yeah, not everybody wants to be sitting out there for hours on end doing your hobby with you. Something like this. It's dedication.
At least a good percentage of the time, I have someone standing beside me to verify what I'm recording. All right, guys? You need to think. I'm doing the thinking. It's your turn to do the thinking. Okay?
Mikey isn't doing your thinking.
So we're going to get on with the video very quickly because I want to get on with the damn phone call conversations. And hopefully these morons will be able to answer some of my questions, which I know we all know they're not going to. But they will at least try. They will give it a good effort. Yes, I have both binoculars here. I'm actually going to start trying to use my bigger ones. I do have my 25 by 100s.
So you're selling those.
And I do remember, a friend of mine keeps reminding me on the difference between those ones and these ones. These ones actually look kind of small now. It's kind of funny. We are going to raise money, aren't we? Right? So Mikey can get 40 times 110 magnification. So we are going to get
40 times
the binocular situation here soon, hopefully. We will put that off to a different live stream, but we will talk about them. I'll show you which ones I want, and would be highly beneficial. So these ones, there is a very, very big difference when you're watching the sky, the firmament, when you're moving like this, left and right. You see something shifting, not shifting like tectonic plates, but you see from the binoculars that you're looking at, this is moving, okay? When you go left and right, you see that there's a surface. It's amazing. And that's only 25 magnification. I'm trying to understand. That's why we're going to phone the telescope store. What is this 500, 300 magnification? What are you magnifying? You're not magnifying anything. Nothing. Garbage. I don't get it. I wish I had $5,000 to buy a telescope, and I would just destroy all of the rude comments in my videos that I've obviously deleted. At least.
So he deletes all his stuff because he doesn't want anybody exposing them.
to the video, and you will absolutely
Gotta
start
keep
to
that
laugh
echo
because
chamber nice.
even the
Need to keep the echo chamber nice and purified, don't you, there, Mikey?
videos that I've watched and you've watched in the past, you're like, how did I not catch that? Because there's probably all of them that are the same. I'll give you an example. Do you remember watching moon footage? Or not even footage, the pictures. And the crosshairs in the pictures, where are they?
What crosshairs?
Yes, they are behind some of the astronauts. Well, when we watch this video, we will go frame by frame, and I will show you that the guy recording the stars in the distance in his backyard, supposedly in his backyard, you can see the power lines above his house or above the backyard area, whatever. The stars in the background that are moving are going in front of these power lines.
No, they don't.
Even I could edit something better than that. And I don't even know how to edit shit. My last...
Is he talking about the fact of like something that's dead bright and then it has the brightness, you'll see like the glare of it kind of going around stuff. Like I said, if you hold your hand up in front of the sun and you'll see the glare, it looks like the sun's going in front of your hand. It's not, it's just the glare of your eye and your sun, and it's just kind of going away a bit. I think that's what he's talking about. That's stupid.
Firmament video, I did edit that, so I'm learning. But we will show you the video. So anybody who likes to leave a rude comment on this video, they're not paying attention. They're not explaining anything. Okay, so let me go to the video here, share screen. Yeah, we'll just do the share screen, actual screen, because it's a lot easier that way. We gotta go to YouTube. And we will check it out, guys. Yes, big binoculars. What's going on here? We gotta go to... Okay, perfect pausing. Perfect. All right, guys. We will take a look at the screen here. Just wait for my live stream to catch up on my phone. So pay attention to these dots. These dots in the sky. Of course, there are not that many stars in the sky. Holy doodle.
There is.
Not sure. I've never seen this many stars in the sky ever. This is very, this is like a $5 program, if that's what he's using. Okay, so we will watch you may have to take screenshots, and you can see we can almost... So right now, this star right there is on top of the power line, if those are actually power lines. So that one there, and we will just keep on moving and watching.
Let's just make this a bit bigger.
So you can watch this star here. It will eventually go over the power line. Those stars right there are overpowering, overlapping, overlaying. We'll just go nice and slow for you guys. And you can see, look at this power line. It's littered with stars on top, in front of the supposed sky behind these power lines. These are all stars on this power line right here. I can see some down here on the
digital
power line.
Camera. Is this digital camera for artifacts?
Again,
yeah, it's just the glare.
Bigger, a little brighter lights, dots in the sky, whatever you want to call them. They're not stars. These are starting to overlay the power line. You can see that star right there. And you know what we will do, what I'm also doing, we will take a screenshot of that and we will analyze what we're looking at. Absolutely fantastic. Let's do that right now.
That's just down to the fact that the lens being, say something like the lenses on my camera, and they're a little bit, they're able to, what's that word? Resolve. They're able to resolve that tiny light, and they're resolving it on each side of that power line being so thin. They're just resolving the glare on each side, and so that's why it's just down to the fact of using digital camera. It even said 35mm camera.
Some people just think I'm absolutely stupid. I'm not sure exactly where they get that information from, when I can pretty well. All right, zooming in to the power lines. We've got a star on the top, star on the top, star on the top, star on the top. Multiple stars appearing to go over top eventually there, but we've got more stars there on top of the power lines. That guy lives in my city. I've tried to contact him. No reply. Yeah, I know. Because he's a piece of rat shit. Hey, if you know he's in your city, well, I'm going to go there. We're going to find that guy. So, yeah, you can see multiple stars here on the power lines in between supposedly him and the sky.
I'll go back to so you can see his live chat.
Holy cow. What the heck? Yeah, these aren't even, I don't know what this is behind here, but these are obviously not stars. These are computer generated of some sort. So yeah, see, we've got stars overlapping the power line. So again, we will be, this is great footage. Awesome. This is exactly what the only experiment in Antarctica has happened. Same thing, same crappy. And then again, what's this supposed to be? Is this a comet or a galaxy that
That's
nobody
a galaxy.
ever sees in reality? I'm not sure
We
exactly
do.
what's going on here. But everywhere in this picture, you can see stars overlapping the wonderful power lines, if these are actually power lines. I'm not sure how this guy ever even claims to be a telescope user. I would call him a telescope abuser. So yeah, we can see all these there. We'll go back to the video and we'll grab another
result. It's a digital camera. It's a 35 millimeter lens, so even bigger than my phone camera.
Get settled in your mind.
That's just bigger than my phone camera. It's a DLSR, and it's just the fact the lens being the size of it is resolving those small lights, the glare over top, because it's able to see it on each side, and so it's just kind of seeing. It's not focused on these, right? It's focused on the stars, right? So these is going to be it's going to have like they're going to be a little bit blurred. That's why the way they are. So you're seeing it's focused on a star here. So by the time it comes down here, the camera lens is seeing here, and then like let's see this one here is seeing actually past us. So, but if you watch really closely, you'll see where you can't see it in between, and that's only because, like I said, you're looking past something. It's like if you're looking past your hand at something, and you'll see, and it looks like it goes like, let's say my camera there, right? And I like that. I can put my hand here, and it looks like my hand is going past the camera, right? It's going like my hands go over top of the camera. It's not. But it's because my eyes are two eyes, but because it's big enough that it's I'm able to resolve it, and you got a lens, let's say a 35 millimeter. So they're a decent size, bigger than my phone cameras, right? It's going to resolve past that, and it's also not focusing on there, it's focusing on the stars.
Maybe at the end of the show, I will show those binoculars that I want, but those will come at a later date. Let's go back to the video here, frame by frame. Seeing that guy already circles it, so take a screenshot of that one. Hope everybody's having a fantastic day.
Pass this a bit, try to jump ahead.
So yeah, we'll just take a screenshot. And that looks like that part of the video anyways.
Oh, so we'll go back Mikey just stopped where he was actually literally taking video of every galaxy.
The screenshots that I just took. And we will zoom in and have a look at the pictures here. And of course, let alone these two stars here, we've got a whole pile of them overlapping the power lines there. Roger Ledwell says the next Titanic. Yes. So yeah, I can't wait for these phone calls.
Like I said, this fella here, is it Brian Roy? This is the fella tried to no reply. But it's funny because I've tried to contact Micky Smith a few times, no reply.
They're hopefully they don't hang up on me. And the other one here is this one here.
Here, let's try. I'm going to try on this one here. I put this up a few days ago, but let's just try and see if he will. Curious, UK. I don't want him to know that this account here that I'm on is the same account, because this is one I think he might block. KCK, because he keeps kicking me. Let's try to type it. Oh, is this found? Hold on, here's here's somebody else in here. Let me Andy V6 V6G 6P. Let me debunk your theory about the stars over the phone wire lines. The reason you can see the stars over the phone is because the video is made up of hundreds of long exposure images. Every image may be 5 to 30 seconds long. That wire you see is hundreds of millimeters long and moves moves ever so slightly due to the wind, etc. This is why you can see the light through it. The 35 millimeter thing is the biggest giveaway. 35 millimeter lenses have a wide aperture. This is why the tree is out of focus, and the wires will also be out of focus due to the depth of the field. So as I said, you need to learn how to take photos and forget about the video. Last thing, you will need an EQ mount to do all of this, which only works on a globe Earth. Very true. Micky, you need to give up with your phone and binoculars. You don't even know what you're looking at, nor do you understand how astrophotography works. Learn how to take photos properly, and then you understand why it's impossible to view deep space properly in real time. Long exposure photography gives you the opportunity to freeze time and gather light. This is how you view galaxies. I was an astrophotographer for over 10 years. I would gladly do a live with you and explain everything you need to know about Astro Biscuit's video, which is very true. Yeah. And this continuing thing about telescopes seeing more of the sky when you want to see less, please spend more time learning this topic you think you know. Dunning-Kruger doesn't even apply to you. You're so far beyond everything else. Everyone else. Sky Master. As I said in my previous one, somebody else pointed out the same thing. Micky Smith, correct me if I'm wrong. You're using Celestron Sky Master 20 by 80 Poro binoculars. Poro prisms invert and reverse the images like two right-angled prisms to bend the light path. SpaghettiOs. Yes. Message. All right, let's continue on. I want to see these videos on these
We'll look at.
I want to see his phone calls. Sorry.
So that big bright star is obviously overlapping the power line there. So again,
what the fellow said was actually 100% true, and that explains it right there. Yeah, because if you're getting all these stars, this looks like it's from in town, then it's going to be a long exposure. That actually makes perfect sense. And so what you're doing is that's stacking over top of those binoculars. Those stars. So as if they move a little bit or stuff like that, or if it's tracking long exposure, it's that mount's going to be moving a tiny bit, then yeah, it's going to have those stars look like they're going to be over top of those power lines a little bit. As I said, that power lines you can very clearly see are actually slightly out of focus because of 35mm on DLSR.
And if you want to criticize me, go buy yourself a fucking telescope, right? And go do the work yourself, and then come back to me and tell me what to do and what I'm doing wrong. And again, I don't know what this white crap is.
Many people have tried. Micky doesn't want to listen because it destroys his ideologies and his indoctrinated belief system.
These are obviously not stars. This is absolutely pathetic when you zoom in.
Those are stars.
I don't know what it is.
He's one that freaking judge about his fucking stars. Holy shit! Have you seen look at some of his stuff? That is so that is good. His stuff is garbage. I had to zoom in on his stuff to see how freaking out of focus and freaking how smudged and everything is that he does. Holy shit!
Very obviously shitty. Again, there is no depth to these stars either because it's a bunch of mess. I don't know what it is. Computer junk. It's those aren't stars.
There's loads of depth to the stars. You can see all the stuff. Oh shit! And he's got and then he's also got a freaking galaxy right there. He said there's no thing of galaxies, and then he's showing a video with galaxy in it.
Again, I'm exposing the lies, and guess what, folks? Hopefully,
he's exposing his own freaking ineptitude and stupidity.
As of this point in time,
he is beyond Gunning Cougar.
I'm trying to go live with Bob the Science Guy. Okay.
Fuck. Bob will absolutely wreck freaking Micky. Holy shit. I've seen Bob's freaking he's got his own personal little observatory in his back garden. He bought this whole thing, dome opens up, and he's got a permanently mounted, fairly decent size Dobsonian. I think it's Dobsonian telescope he's got, which is essentially Dobsonian has to do with the mount. And it's still a refractor telescope. Yeah, Bob won't even talk to Micky Smith because it's not even worth it.
This is only going to be probably one time, two times, maybe I might go live with somebody. But it's going to be very easy to destroy him because he wants to.
Yeah, you fucking know. Not even close. You wouldn't ever have a chance. Bob would freaking would talk to me in circles around him. Micky would just sit there and go, oh, no. And that freaking pretty with the depth that Mikey'd even say. Shit. Oh, fuck no. Bob literally freaking he can track and everything of deep sky objects different asteroids and comets and stuff like that with his unit. Crap, I've seen his stuff. Shit.
To talk about telescopes, and he's going to have an astronomer supposedly on his channel when I go on. He will not give me this astronomer's name, so he's obviously trying to avoid the situation. I wished him luck. And at this point, he better be ready. And the astronomer better be ready to answer why there are stars overlapping, or of course, the supposed stars. They're only dots, and I will express to them in the live stream that the dots in the video are overlapping the power lines because they are not stars. I cannot sensibly say that the stars are overlapping. I don't know what those are in that video.
It's because Mikey doesn't know how to do long exposure tracked images and stuff like that to get that. And I can show you. You know, I've showed before on other ones. I don't know if I can bring it up here. It's probably gonna take it down on me. Yeah. Just because photos. That where photos are. I don't know. See how I can get to them. I know I have it here, but I have bottom here, I think. So I'm just trying to find the images. There we are. There you are. Come in. Oh, don't do that. Come on. Ooh, what are we doing here? Hold on. The wrong thing. This here is an image I did, and this is the Milky Way galaxy, and I did this with my S24 Ultra smartphone. This is a long exposure. Well, I see long exposure. What it is that the S24, I think S23, S24, S25, and then they have something called an astrophotography mode. And what it does is it does about a 3-minute time, and it takes a whole load of pictures, stacks them, and puts it in. It gives you long exposure. So what you're seeing here is an image of the Milky Way galaxy. Oh crap! Oh, that's not it. Trying to see if I can make it a little bit bigger. So yeah, so you said you can't see a lot of stars. Well, there's a whole hour's load of stars in there. You can see a whole bunch around there and everything. And this is an image that I took myself last year, last August. And I had done this one here. I think there's another one. Isn't that one there? So this one here, all I did is I darkened up a bit, change the contrast. That's that there. Here's another one I did as well. This is looking straight up. This is a picture. There's no CGI, nothing like that. This is a picture done with oh, there's There's the moon, by the way. This is an image I took myself of the moon. Just in case, you know. But there you are. There is another one. He says there's not a lot of stars in the sky. This is just a picture. It's a long exposure picture I did with my Galaxy smartphone, showing the Milky Way. That's the Milky Way right there. So as well as that there, and then all I did with this one here is I just darkened up a little bit, just so you can get change the contrast. You can see a bit better. That's all I did with that one there. So you can see here is a bit lighter. This is between two buildings, and then this light here. This actually was a street light, but it was out, so that's why I was able to get this. Because it was actually fairly dark. And that's why you can see this here. This is like another one like the light like this, but it's way down the road. But because of the long exposure, you can see it looks like there's a light coming up. You can see it all there. But in reality, walking down this here, it was dark. It was really dark. So, just take image there. So there you are. Like I said, and this is looking straight up. So, yeah, not that hard to show improve.
And if those power lines are actually real, they look very, very dark to me. They look like two black lines. There would be something
easily
glistening
part
off
they're,
of them at some
real.
point, showing that they are a metallic substance, surface of some sort, as wires do glimmer when light reflects off of them. Correct? This is in reality here, right? Remember, I question everything. I see everything that's wrong. So don't try me, guys. I'm too honest for you. Way too honest and truthful. All right, what shall we do next? They need a better camera. It's not a camera they're using. That's the problem. They're not using a camera. They're using computer software to generate that picture. That is not a camera, nor binoculars or a telescope. Niet, nada, no, nil, nothing.
That was a
All right, they could buy a $10,000.
That was a 100% 35 millimeter DLSR, using a and then stacking the software, long exposure, and probably stacking the software on a software, stacking the images is how he would have got that. Unless there's a tracking mount, could have been a tracking mount. I'd have to see the setup.
Camera, and it still will not show that. Well, if they had a camera, if they were using a camera, yes, of course it would show the proper background, I guess. But let's go on. Okay.
You can see mine. I was showing. I used a camera, and you can see it look pretty much the same thing.
Edmonton Telescope Store. I already know what it's called, and it is this one, and they are open. So it's called All-Star Telescope, and of course, they have what it appears to be.
Oh, is that his phone? And that's an S. What phone that is? I'm just really curious. Let's see here. The S20. Let's see here. Galaxy S20. No, that's not the S20. No, it's not 21. Why? That might be, no, I was thinking it was the S22, but it's not the S22 either. I'm not going to see what that LED is. It's definitely not mine. No, that's... think it's the F. Oh, it might be the FE. It looks like it's S23 FE. I don't think it's the S20. Oh, oh no, it might be. It's got the chrome around it, isn't it? And I don't think the other ones have that. No. Is it in the S23? S23 puts it in the right place. And it has the chrome. Yeah, because mine is the S24. Obviously, I have the extra lenses in the back. Mine's the Ultra. I don't think the His is probably the S23. FE, I imagine. I don't think it would be the plus. It might be the plus as well. His isn't the Ultra, because the Ultra has, the S23 Ultra has the 2 extra lenses. The plus, it's not in the right place. His is going to be the FE. Yeah, alright. Curiosity. S23. Probably S23 FE. Okay. More of a curiosity, you know me. Just
A solar eclipse icon in their background. Where am I showing you here?
I think the S23 FE.
This camera is very shitty for. I gotta get a better webcam. But anyways, we will phone these guys and let me go to work. Trust me, I should have been an investigator, private investigator, or the only truthful lawyer in the world. And so let's do this. Just gonna go by a seat of my pants here. Hopefully they answer. It is. Oh, it's. Are they on the same time as us? It might be lunchtime there.
They'd be an hour behind him.
Let me check. Edmonton
This is
time. Nope, same time as us. Okay, so we'll try them.
no, they're not. Well, he's in Saskatchewan, and Alberta. It's they're 1 hour difference. They're literally in their own time zones, each one.
Or try them back later. But we will go to. I need somewhere to go. Let's go to. New Mexico Observatory. See if there is one there. Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
The Magdalena Ridge Observatory. Let's see what the great experience for young and old, they say. Yeah. excellent views. I highly recommend the drive to the top.
I know I'm wrong.
Here's one review here. It says, really great place if you ever...
There's no time difference between Alberta, Canada, and Saskatchewan, Canada. All right, I was wrong. Okay, I thought they were in their own time zones. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. Time is Canada. What's their time? Yeah. Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I was just looking because I'm sure they're different. And well, this is that Alberta has daylight savings time, but Saskatchewan doesn't. So Mountain Standard. So as this area follows the same time as Alberta MST, which is Mountain Standard Time during the winter months, and CST Central CST during the summer. By remaining on CST all year, Saskatchewan is one uniform time year round. It shares the same time observed by Alberta during the summer months and observes the same time as Manitoba during the winter months. So Alberta goes an hour behind. Does Alberta no, Alberta wouldn't have two time zones. All right, so during winter time, they're an hour behind. Alberta changes its time because you do daylight savings time. Saskatchewan doesn't. So Alberta's an hour behind in the wintertime and on the same time as Saskatchewan. Okay, well, you live, you learn. I didn't know that. I lived there for freaking like 20 odd years of my life. Didn't know that. All right, I knew. I honestly never been to Saskatchewan, so it's Saskatchewan's born. Most people move from Saskatchewan.
Ever get the chance to go, even if you're in Albuquerque, make sure to stop by. It's probably one of the greatest landmarks in the world, other than the VLA that has made astronomical astronomy breakthroughs. Nope. I have. they've made
Oh, the delusion that Mikey has. He is so conceited. It's sickening. He definitely next year I'm voting Micky Smith for top left, MC Toon and FTFE's thing. Definitely he needs top left.
Made movies, books. Well, of course they have. Anything to generate more income. Talked about it on the radio. It was phenomenal. Go check it out. I went a little overboard, didn't I? Yes, you did. Maybe because you're paid to put on a Google review. Who knows? Why not? There are people that are hired to do that, even for Amazon. You know that? Never trust the reviews. Drew F. says, really neat place. If you get the chance to go, make sure you go. Okay, well, if I get to New Mexico, hopefully in the next 8 months or so, I will go. Great experience for young and old. Read that already. This place is fantastic. They helped me phone home ET. Okay, good one.
Somebody's having a laugh, obviously. I mean, get a freaking sense of humor, Mikey. Come on.
It's big, amazing science. Not really. I would call it fake science. But let's see here. Let's give them a call.
When you don't know what you're talking about, I guess you would think it's fake science. Has Micky Smith paid his phone bill yet? Because he seems to be racking up some long distance charges here on his mobile phone. Shit.
I should make a. Of course, a lot of these places, like whatever business, yeah, they don't have any. Oh, close. Ah, interesting. Okay, so this one's closed. Let's do.
Check that out first.
Colorado Observatory. Maybe Roger's checking it out. That one's closed. Little Thompson Observatory. What's the deal with this one? No phone number there, of course. Here we go. We got the year. Soon. All right, let's phone this one. Maybe Roger can go kick down the doors for me.
Mike needs to lay off that sugar. He's starting to get some of the freaking sweats here. I'm pretty sure he's diabetic, isn't he? That's why his toes like falling off of his foot.
Of course, nobody's really actually interested in going to these places ever, so they're not really busy. So let's try.
Not always are observatories open to the public or answer public stuff. Like I said, they're doing science.
Holy cow, what's that?
Or not always they open because maybe they're not doing actively doing observations. Maybe they already got stuff, or they're somewhere else. Depends on. I know the one close to here, they have certain days are open to the public and certain days are not. I will go there though. I'm going to go to the observatory. It's pretty cool.
That one's closed.
So let's get past on this.
Hopefully someone's open.
Sorry, Samantha Troy is not available. Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Oh, they have a voicemail. Let's see what happens.
Should I phone back and leave a message?
Oh, you hung up.
Gotta think of a few questions. Yeah, okay. I'll just go with what I wanted to say in the first place. So.
Are you going to try again?
I'm going to mute my microphone for a second because I'm going to leave my phone number.
Sorry, Samantha Troy is not available. Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Oh, hi, Samantha. It's Mike calling from Canada. I've been doing a little bit of research here, and I'm phoning around to find out if anybody, your buddies, and you, NASA, have ever recorded a video.
They're not NASA. It's probably a university freaking observatory.
Video of a so-called galaxy. Because I've been watching the skies through my ginormous binoculars. And I don't see no galaxies.
You know what they did when as soon as he said that? Yeah, they probably laughed and watching the sky through my ginormous binoculars.
And I'm wondering if you have ever recorded a video of a star. I have recorded videos, lots of videos of stars, because they're close. They're stuck in the firmament. There is no depth to the stars. I will be phoning you back if you have some time. Hopefully we'll have a truthful conversation. You can call me back at and I hope you have an absolutely wonderful day. And I would highly recommend not using computer software when you're creating the so-called galaxies. Thank you.
So Micky Smith has no idea how they you stack images and stuff like that. You use the software because it's the quickest, easiest way to stack. Before they did that, they'd have to take loads of pictures line them all up using with the film, and then try to develop it by lining it all up, like lining up. Now we use computer software much quicker, faster, and more efficiently, but it's still physical observations. It's still images of like direct images. It's just that you take and stack them over top of each other to get a clear image. This isn't rocket science. It's just astrophotography.
Thank you very much. All right, who's next on the list? Let's do. Where's this one? Did I just phone? No. Observatories, United States. That up on the hill there. What's it called here? Universe. Nice.
How conceited he was leaving that stupid message. Most likely I get back to him because he just sounded like an absolute freaking loon and a freaking he sounded like a knobhead.
Observatory information desk, may I help you?
Oh, beautiful. You're the actual inside the observatory itself?
Well, I'm at the visitor center.
Oh, okay. Is the observatory actually open like tonight?
No, not tonight.
Oh, okay.
It's only open we're open Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday night.
Oh, okay, cool. And is it so are you part of the astronomy group there? Like, would you know anything about stars if I asked you some questions?
I'll do my best, but no, I'm not.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering if anybody there has actually recorded a video of a galaxy, because it seems like everything that you get from NASA or from any astronomer, it's always a picture or a image generated on a computer. I'm wondering if they have any videos of, because I've never seen a galaxy myself, because I've been looking.
Because he doesn't know how to image deep sky objects. It's just this Dunning-Kruger at its finest. Watch people.
At the stars for about 3 years now, and I have never seen a actual galaxy. So I'm just wondering where they get this idea from.
And he's also using stupid binoculars.
I don't know that they've ever done video footage.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah, for sure.
I've got a program person here.
Yeah, sure. Oh. Of course, it's a programmer. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing quite well, actually. Yeah, just kind of phoning around.
Why is he giggling like a freaking like a schoolgirl that's phoning her crush? Fuck. Shit. He's like a child. He really is a child, isn't he?
On to some of the observatories, because I've been watching the skies for about 3 years or so with my big binoculars, and so I use my cell phone to zoom into the sky, and I've never recorded or seen a galaxy, so I'm just kind of wondering why they're not there, because I've recorded the entire sky from horizon to horizon, or should I say curvizon to curvizon, because the horizon. So I'm just wondering, do you actually you're a like, do you edit your stuff to put in the galaxies, like with computer software?
So looking into galaxies is very, very hard to do. You need a very, very big telescope, like our research telescopes and special instruments, to get close enough. Even then, it's hard to look at
like what
individual stars in a galaxy.
Okay, but I'm getting so I've been recording stars. I'm recording videos of stars with quite high definition, actually, because according to me, they're actually quite very close. I do not need the use of a ginormous telescope, because the only thing that allows you to do is see more of the sky. I don't want to see more of the sky. I want to see less. I want to see it in.
He's an idiot. He's an idiot.
More detail, so that's why I use binoculars. And I've noticed that there is no depth to the stars. They're all at the same level. Yeah. Well,
everything is so far away.
No.
For visual focus, it's impossible. You would need a very, very long lens to get depth at that level, to get like one star in focus and have like bokeh in the background with other stars.
Yeah, no, I'm actually getting them like side by side, and like there's no star like the star Sirius. There's no stars behind it. They're all beside it. So I thought there was, yeah, but there's stars in between here and the sun, correct?
No.
Oh,
No.
The sun is,
exactly.
well, it's 93 million miles away. So the closest star to our solar system, like our sun and all the planets, the closest star to that is 4 light years away. A light
Yes, it
year
is.
6 trillion miles.
Yep.
And how would we observe that, like, or measure that, or confirm that? How about that? How would we confirm that?
Spectroscopy. Spectroscopy. I cannot say the word. Using a spectrograph. Spectroscopy. I can't say the word right now. Spectroscopy. You can measure it by the wavelengths of the light.
So for closer things like that, astronomers use a thing called stellar parallax. So
Or yeah, stellar parallax. Yeah.
we orbit the sun, and there's a lot of space between the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
That will change our perspective of stars compared to each other.
Oh, crap, I need to get that. Just give us a second here. That was awesome. Too far back. Sorry, I just want to get that image of him. That's it. Just 2 seconds here. Yeah, I need I need that image. Sorry. That was awesome. I need that image. That's so going on my thumbnail. Yep. That's still going on my thumbnail right there. Thanks, Mickey. Yeah, I'm changing the thumbnail.
So it's like when you drive down a road, right? And the grass and stuff that's on the side of the road is moving a lot faster than, let's say, the mountain in the background, like that's far away.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
However, our telescopes are so powerful, you can actually see movement because we are orbiting the sun. And there's space between, we'll see the stars shift a little. And with that shift, we measure how much it shifts. And you do trigonometry and you get an angle. With that angle, we'll give you a distance.
Okay, so 2 questions. The one is about the Milky Way. So the Milky Way is in the sky. It's a destination in the sky because I can see it at night. So, but I thought we were in the Milky Way.
We are in the Milky Way.
So why is it a separate part in the sky then, and rotates around us like a clock?
It rotates around us because the Earth is spinning, and the sky moves because we're spinning.
Yep.
So all of the stars you're seeing in the sky is a part of the Milky Way. We are.
Yes, everything we see is in the Milky Way. All the stars we see is the Milky Way, except for like some of the very far like other galaxies like the Andromeda and a few of the other ones. I can't think of the other ones right this second.
Immersed in it. It's
I
want you to think of the Milky Way like a CD or a record player. It's this big disc that is very, very long, but very, very thin.
Yeah.
That's why it appears like a big long line.
Yeah.
And we are halfway in between the middle and the edge of that disc.
Okay, so what about the Big Dipper? Why can I see it 365 days a year? If it's supposed to be on the other side of the Earth at some point.
Big Dipper never like from the view of our from the northern hemisphere, the Big Dipper is always up above us. Like we always see it because, yeah, it's moving with us. Yeah, and even though we're going around the sun in relation to the Big Dipper, it's a very, very tiny amount. That's why you see the Big Dipper will like be at different points in the north sky, but you always see it.
On the other side of the Earth,
Yeah.
it's not supposed to be. So we see it here in the northern hemisphere because that group of stars just happens to be in the northern hemisphere sky because the Earth was created that way. It was oriented that way.
Yeah, but
the southern hemisphere cannot see the Big Dipper.
Yeah, but
Yes, true. We can't see Crux. They can't see the Big Dipper or the Little Dipper.
Yeah, because they're too far away because of perspective. But I'm saying so the Big Dipper is on the.
That's not how perspective works.
South side of Polaris, because that's the other thing. So Polaris never moves, eh? It's stationary, but.
Was it? I closed that. I have to get them. Sorry, love. I didn't realize it was open. I had closed it earlier.
But we're supposed to be spinning in 3 different directions, eh?
We're always rotating.
Yeah, and moving through moving through the Milky Way galaxy. Remember, we're moving through the Milky Way galaxy too. So how does that star stay with us directly north of the North Pole?
Because those stars are moving with the galaxy too.
Yeah, but they move. Polaris never moves.
So Polaris and the sky rotating that we see here on Earth, that is all thanks to the Earth's rotation. That has nothing to do with our orbit around the sun or the solar system around the Milky Way. Stuff in space is really, really far apart. All stars are moving, but it would take thousands of years to notice difference in the sky.
Okay, now my last question, the kibosh of all questions. Why am I recording a surface above our heads that the stars are fixed into, known as the firmament? I have recorded it and documented it many.
The guy was definitely laughing at that one.
Many times. What are you going to do about that? Space doesn't exist, pal. I've recorded the firmament many times. The lie is up. I'm suing Canadian Space Agency for millions of dollars. You know that? I love your cartoon. Stop using CGI. I'm actually tired of it. Thank you very much for your time. Oh my!
That's exactly what that guy was doing there. That was right there. That was definitely that guy was laughing.
Gone. I can't handle it, guys. I recorded the firmament. Space is not.
No, he hasn't. He's never recorded. He's seen a little bit of digital artifacts that thinks he's recorded the firmament.
Yes, the stars. There's no depth to the stars. No, well, there has to be. I can't. Oh, fuck, that was a good one. Good conversation.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, man.
This guy's
DJ
such a
New Moon,
balloon.
what's happening? Oh, I can't do it anymore, guys. They need a...
What a loon.
Oh, my God.
Fuck.
Hey, DJ New Moon, email me. I'm going to send you all my pictures of the stars and the firmament. Go to town with those. And
wow, really? The guy's not gonna sleep. The guy's gonna probably, is he giggling to himself the whole time?
make a couple of videos. That would be fantastic. I love your work. Mine is shit. I got I could send you at least 10, 15 pictures of the stars, 20 pictures of the firmament. Go to town, man. You need to freaking email me, man. I love that. Was perfect. I just gradually worked up the questions, eh? And he's, yeah, like years away. Oh, I just see, the thing is, I know what the answers are to all of those questions.
He doesn't.
I can't sit here and listen to him babble about the conspiracy of space. I can't do it, guys. It's not going to happen. Oh, man. Actually,
Can I click on this for a second? I'm not look up there. Oh. No, I can't. Alright, never mind.
I just can't do it, guys. So yeah, if you ever want to do that, DJ New Moon, man, I would, just other people watch your show too, man. They like your videos. We need to get some of my shit out there. Please and thank you. The Jolly Man is in the stream. I don't know if I can. Who else was I wanted to phone? We had a telescope store, but they didn't. The only thing I can come up with, no, I can't. Those are cartoons. Why am I even going that way? The galaxies are cartoons. The only thing I'm saying, like 0.00001%, 0.00000% is that those galaxies are like embedded into the firmament, but I would see them. There's nothing there. And it's all cartoons anyways. It's all crap. It's all CGI. Trust me, I've looked everywhere in the sky. There's nothing but stars and clusters and little like.
Oh crap! Sorry.
Like that. Hey Bob, do you like the flat Earth?
I messed that one up.
In the question, I don't know how the immigrants learn.
The hell.
Oh, what else? I'm not on. Oops. Is that those galaxies are like embedded in. The only thing I'm saying, like 0.00001%, 0.00000% is. Only thing I'm saying, like 0.00.
Hold on.
The only thing I can come up with my shit out there. So yeah, if you ever want to do that, DJ New Moon, man, I would, just the Jolly Man is in the stream. I don't know if I can. Who else was I wanted to phone? We had a telescope store, but they didn't. The only thing I can come up with. No, I can't. Those are cartoons. Why am I even going that way? The galaxies are cartoons. The only thing I'm saying, like 0.00001%, 0.00000% is that those galaxies are like embedded into the firmament, but
they're not. There's no firmament.
I would see them. There's nothing there. And it's all cartoons anyways. It's all crap. It's all CGI. Trust me, The
cat's coming again.
Looked everywhere in the sky. There's nothing but stars and clusters and little like looks like bursts of clouds or something within the firmament or something. I don't know. Arwen, come on my night owl show. Tonight? When? Tonight or when? Just you got to email me, man. My email's right there in the chat. So
yeah, you've seen that, but I grabbed that email. I'm gonna send him an email later on.
Let's I never did put up the link. Does anybody want to come into the show? I'm not on. Oops. I don't want to be too long on this, but we could phone somebody else because I love having. Oh, I just love boom. Hey, guess what? I've documented the firmament. So now what are you gonna say? Oh, the moon and the stars and.
I'm gonna say you haven't, because the firmament doesn't exist.
sun are so far away.
They are measurably further away. We can measure how far the moon is with pinpoint accuracy, with lasers, with radio signals, stuff like that. Same thing with the sun. In fact, we have this Parker Solar Probe, which is orbiting the sun as we speak right now, and ESA's solar probe as well.
Oh, what else? Where else could we go? Let's do Washington State Observatory.
I got a kitty. There he is. Say hello, Salem. Hello, Salem. There he is. Hey. Say hello, Salem. Hello. Yeah, he's come to watch this a little bit. He's come to visit. He just came in. I thought I'd let him in, and then I didn't realize the kitchen window is wide open. He got back out, so the wife just let him back in again. You gotta stay inside you. He gets himself into mischief. Gets himself into trouble when he stays out too late. Don't you? Alright, let's crack on with this.
Goldendale Observatory. And then again, look. Well, you probably can't see that picture, but again, I don't know what that... Are those stars? Let me look at this. I don't know. I don't know. What was my title again? Galaxies and telescopes.
Hello, Salem.
Let's just get that in there. I just want to check the stream here first. You want to know how different I am? I've talked about the English language a lot because it confuses me.
Mikey confuses them. How different he is. Mikey, you're very different. You have a special education. You probably rode the bus with the cleanest windows in the whole school district, didn't you? Nice short one. They give you a little participation trophy whenever you try to do something.
I don't know how the immigrants learn how to speak English. It must be absolutely retarded trying to learn it. And the meaning.
Yeah, there's many people out there that are like, multilingual. So, once you learn the language, it gets easier to learn other languages.
Behind everything. Statement. When you ask me a question, you don't have to put a question mark in the question. I understand, because I realize shit, that it is a question. Okay? When you say, Mike, how is your feet? Question mark. You don't have to put the question mark.
Well, says the Jolly Man said, apparently the cosmological constant isn't constant after all. And will they change the story of mystical dark energies and dark matters? No. I've seen something. It is. It isn't. It's just they've had to tweak it. We're still learning about the cosmological constant and how and the vacuum force energy. Now, our observations and measurements through cosmology compared to what we get through what we predict through I keep freaking blanking on this stupid quantum through quantum field theory. Sorry, to think about that for a second. Is different, and that's where you're having these different things. We're having the discrepancy between our predictions of what we think, or what we predict, because what we understand through quantum field theory, and what we see through the cosmological constant, and that's where you have something called the vacuum catastrophe. But what it really boils down to is the fact is that our quantum field theory and our calculations through quantum mechanics is lacking a little bit in explaining this, that we're seeing more than we should. Now, we're getting closer, we're getting further, and we're able to measure a lot more. And dark energy, we can see there is something out there. There's dark energy. There is dark matter. There's something that's causing with these. We have galaxies that are moving faster or doing something that isn't quite making for our models. What we model isn't quite making sense. So we're still trying to develop and understand more, but that doesn't mean. So we know there's something else out there, and we're still trying to figure out ways how to measure it and then how to understand it, and that's where it comes down to. So the cosmological constant, while we've got tweaks, a tiny bit of tweaks, we still kind of have an idea. We know what we're seeing, or we're not able to measure it. We're just having to figure out what exactly the mechanics are behind it. So will they change the story of mystical dark energy and dark matter? Not really, because the whole point of dark energy, dark matter, it was a placeholder to say, okay, we know something's there, but we don't know exactly what it is yet. We're still trying to develop our understanding, as well as the technology and ways to be able to measure it, to understand what it is. We can see something's there, and gravity isn't quite accounting for all of it. But so we're trying to develop our understanding and get better, and that's exactly what science is to take everything we have, but try to push the limits and understand more. So will they change it? Well, there's always a little bit of change, but there'll be tweaks and stuff like that until something presents itself that can explain it better than what we have right now.
Marking, I'm not going to sit here and say, now was that a question? Seriously. And then I'm not discrediting.
English is hard because the way we formulate our words, and obviously a lot of slang and a lot of things that may sound the same but mean completely different things depending on the context you use it. But the way we speak is like kind of backwards. Like example is I studied a little bit of Japanese back in the day, right? So if you're gonna say Japanese, if I wanted to say something like I want something. It would say something like, if I wanted to say, "Where's the toilet?" I would say, "Watashi wa atare wa doko desu ka?" Which means, watashi wa would be I have a question. Me, men's toilet. Where is it? Instead of saying, "Where's the toilet?" Where's the men's toilet? It'd be like, I need to know toilet, adare wa watashi wa, which is me, wa is a question, I question, atare wa, it would be like dansei yo no atare wa doko desu ka, would be men's toilet, where is it? So it'd be watashi wa, which would be I question, men's toilet, where is it? Kind of break it down, how loosely translated what it means. So and a lot of languages are like that, where you have the noun be first and then down, and you work your way back. So it's kind of backwards to how we'd say, where we'd walk in and say, "The toilet, where is it?" Or maybe walk in and say, "I need the toilet." Maybe the men's toilet, or where is it? So that's where it's and breaking it down is a little bit different. Same thing with like in French and different languages, you'll have like female, feminine ways of saying stuff, or masculine ways of saying stuff. So this kind of gives some examples.
Anybody here in the stream, but you put the @ symbol, you can just put my name or anybody's name that you're asking a question to without the @ symbol and the question mark, and they will still understand you. You can just put the name, Johnny Bob. Do you like the Flat Earth system or the group? And you can leave it at that. You don't even have to put the question mark in there. Johnny Bob will understand that you asked him a question.
Oh, just for context, if anybody knows this, but DJ New Moon is the guy who tried to scam, saying that he was going to pay for a flat earther to go on the final experiment, and then he backed out and ran away. Like, kind of, he tried to scam it, and it ended up still going through. That I think the whole golden ticket thing. That was DJ New Moon. He had brought that up, and then he kind of ran away from it. And it was all just a BS to try to discredit the final experiment. Now, somebody else did step up and actually pay for Elizabeth to go, but DJ New Moon tried to kind of screw it up in the first place. That was him that did that.
Question. Okay? Statement. Question mark. Exclamation point, exclamation point. Or when I raise my voice, exclamation point, exclamation. Should I put 4 exclamation points or 5? How many am I supposed to use? Depends on how much you're supposed to raise your voice, right? Or
just give me a second. I'm gonna let my dog in.
the excitement within the statement. And I know I put Z for those of you crazy Americans. It is actually a Z. And numbers. Don't get me going on numbers. Anyways, I put a Z in horizontally opposed, right? Horizontal. Are you paying attention? Horizontally. I didn't say horizontally opposed. I said horizontally opposed. Remember, I have a 7-watt laser. What? Does that even sound right?
Fuck, what's he going on? I'm freaking like, let's just skip all past all this shit.
It's a laser. Oh, I drive a 9. Why are we putting letters in replacements of numbers? I have a 2-liter engine, but it's not. But someone's number could be 5860996 0996.
Oh, zero doesn't fucking matter.
Old,
It's
I would
things.
put 50, not 50. Correct? Are you catching on yet? No, because that's the way we talk. I know, but you're not thinking. Roger that. Lucas. Sunday said, hey, it's me. CMOS yet? No, I don't have money. Oh, there's Angela Carson's in the chat. Right on. Good to see you there, chat. Yeah, 2.0.
Yeah, 2.0.
I'll check my email, see what's happening.
Or 2 liter.
And no email yet. Did I type it in right to you guys? Yeah, I gave it to you. Maybe it went to spam or something rather. Oh, there it is. Beautiful. Reply. There we go. Just confirmation of emails. I'll send you that stuff off later today. I've got a lot of shit, man, to go through. So I got pictures on this phone, the computer, my other phone. Lots of work there, man. The Jolly Man. So let's go with. Oh yeah, we're gonna phone that. It seems like I have better luck at the universities and stuff.
Like I said, nothing to do with NASA. They're a university.
Because nobody's recorded videos of galaxies.
That's a lie. I proved it.
Observatory State Park. Please listen carefully to the following visitor information. During our spring-summer schedule, which runs April through September, we are open Thursday through Sunday and closed Monday through Wednesday. Solar programs are at 3 p.m. and evening programs at 9 p.m. Due to overwhelming visitation, all program visits are by appointment only. Camping and overnight parking are never permitted, and park grounds close at sunset to visitors without appointment. Please note, due to temporary staff situation calendar when planning your visit.
Man, Micky Smith needs to trim his nails. Holy crap, look how long they are. Oof. Wow, dude. Man, trimming nails, dude, like, nails freaking, like, making most girls jealous there. Holy shit. Look at them. Holy crap.
Reservation availability is updated automatically as cancellation.
And they're clean at least, sort of. Yeah, look clean. You know. Wow, there's some claws there. Dude, look at those nails. Holy shit, those are freaking, like, oh, well, I don't think he can choose his nails at least, but wow.
No exception. Please dress warmly. Programs include outdoor activities and domes are not heated. Telescope observation occurs only during programs. If telescope viewing opportunities are impacted by weather, indoor activities are still offered. If you are attempting to reach observatory staff, the contact form on our website.
This is a long one, isn't it?
Voicemails are not monitored Monday through Wednesday. Answers to most questions can be
I think Mikey's getting bored.
found at goldendaleobservatory.com.
Are you kidding me? Okay, let's see this.
He gave up.
See you later.
That's when we just thought Micky Smith leaving the stupid message just has such a long freaking beginning thing that I give all the information. He just gives up and runs away. Yeah, and he said use nail clippers. Holy shit!
What's the word, Big Bird? What can I show you? I can show you some bullshit.
Angela Baby said need to send you some nail clippers. They were freaking long.
So yeah, for those of you who came in late, Bob the science guy wants me to go on his show with an astronomer, supposedly.
Bob the science guy would absolutely freaking wreck Mikey.
I find that very interesting. Again, why am I going on there? I thought space existed. What's the point?
He wants to correct you, Mikey.
I'm going to destroy him with my factual facts of information.
Yeah, no facts.
Not a problem. And again, I will be asking many questions that will not be answered.
They'll be answered. You just won't like it. You just won't like the answers.
Angela needs to send me some nail clippers. Well, get on the get off the ball and get onto the flat Earth, and then send me.
Due to the belief gravity bends light, spectral changes in the celestial light source can be attributed to orbital motion, redshift, blue shift. Yep. I'm itching my nose.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that guy was talking about, and ooh, this shifts and that shifts, and
yeah, way above his cognitive abilities to be able to comprehend.
No.
Yes. 100% is how it is. It's like how it is explained to me in one way. It's like, say, like having an ambulance going past a fire truck, whatever. Emergency services vehicle, and you hear it coming. You'll hear you can hear the sound. You know it's coming towards you, and then as it goes past, you'll hear this tone. It'll be a higher pitch, and as it goes past, it changes the pitch, right? And that's what the same thing is. That's so they can tell if something's moving towards you and how fast, and how they're moving away through using red shift, blue shift, and using stellar operation. And that's how it's, and through using that, they're able to tell how fast it's going, how far away it is, and how fast it's moving, and if it's going towards us or going away from us.
There. But all my motorcycles were CCs. Yes, because that's the letter. The letter is not a Z, it's a Z. Because I eat apples. Not apples, right? Yeah, it seems to be a beautiful day here too, I think. And might as well check the weather. I think it might be clear.
I think this, I could be wrong, but I think this person in this chat here, CK, I have to look up. I'm sure that she was in my, it was a woman, pretty sure, was in my live stream a couple of days, this time last week or so.
Later tonight, I hope. I was out 3 or 4 days ago, maybe.
I'd have to look it up though.
It was supposed to clear up like around 11, hopefully earlier. Would be nice because I hate waiting that long, but whatever. Check both weather. Ooh, this one says it's going to be clear. Or wait, no, that's 11. Yeah. Well, it might be a late night, but even if it's partly cloudy, I can go in between the clouds as long as they're not. Well, I can't remember the cumulus clouds are totally fine. Outdoor, you see, that's funny. The Vancouver people are funny. If I was in Vancouver, my hot tub would be up and running all year round because it doesn't get cold there. -2, -5 is not cold. We have hot tubs here running all year round in Saskatchewan, and it gets effing cold here, as you know. You should keep that thing running all year round. That's the best time to go in the hot tubs is when it's cold outside. Supposedly cold, right?
So I'm just checking something out real quick here.
Ooh, it dropped below 0 in Vancouver. Everybody get your parkas on. That's funny. Yeah, and see this whole thing when I like he's like, oh, the sun's 93 million miles away.
Yeah, it is.
What
it's
the
the
hell?
same person.
No, okay, well then,
This is some of the things that she's saying. Actually thinks that she's a flat earther.
Then that wall behind me is.
Yeah, we were sitting there laughing at our freaking flat Earth mockumentary. I was like laughing, and she's saying she knew. Well, whatever. We'll see, but yeah, she
150 feet from the back of my head. That's what I believe. It's a long walk to go take that shirt off that coat hanger. It's
sure
a really long walk.
CK
It takes me about an hour and a half just to walk to that shirt. Like, I got to pack a lunch. I got to bring about 4 liters of water.
So that was a great phone call.
To that shirt behind me.
Mm.
And by the way, it's not CGI either.
Sarah, I'll go check out Colorado.
I've already planted. Hey, I'm still waiting for my sourdough. Hello? Chop, chop. Waiting for my sourdough bread. Hello? I'm starving over here.
For all the info on the stars. Unless CK is just sucking up to Mikey for some reason.
Yes, the sun is...
I don't know. She's playing him and playing everybody else. Like one of those double, like those people that...
We got some more stars on the wall over there. Sirius, of course, right there. And
already, geraniums. Tropical Canada.
And just a bad picture of Sirius.
Angela.
I brightened up that one in order to get the frequency here come out the bottom. And this is what my wall looks like. So for those people who do not know what that looks like. And we've got a funny Snapchat picture of me there. And my Prove Me Wrong paper laminated there. And whiz bang boom. I don't have a big camera crew set up here recording. I just don't use it behind me, or lack of green screens. I actually have a green screen. I just don't use it. Eventually, I'll learn how to use it. I have used it once before, a few times before, years ago when I was living in Vancouver for a few months. Oh, shit. I have to remind you guys. Yes, just because I...
CK, you're a goat with those calls.
said that. So, weather... what's the word you use? Weather... depending on weather tomorrow, Thursday night, I have a very special treat for you folks. Let's check the weather right now while we're looking at it. Thursday. Okay, so tomorrow evening, we could have a good evening for tomorrow night. I will be taking my, whatever size of TV that is, 50 or 52-inch TV, out to the parking lot. My parking spot is right at the back door, literally 10 feet from the door. I will be hooking up my P1000 to my TV live, and we will watch the moon on my 52-inch TV out in the parking lot live. We will sit there, have a wonderful time. I will lay my flat earth map, probably the big one there, on a blanket right in front of my TV. So we'll sit there and enjoy everything. We'll watch the moon for a couple of hours, see if anything flies by. We'll record it, watch it, we'll talk, we'll have wonderful conversations. I could probably go through those laminated pictures I got. We can talk about that as the stream goes on. Shit, man, that would be fun. And I'll do that throughout the summer too. Sit out there late at night, and we'll watch the moon transition across the sky. It will probably be later in the evening, probably about 8:39-ish my time. So it's currently 2 o'clock right now. So, but I'll give you guys like an hour heads up or two or something. I'll just set a time.
What is the point of him doing that? I mean, I don't know how. I suppose he's not doing too loud, the neighbors wouldn't mind, but I don't know.
On the live stream. Yeah, no. Because I'm going to go live with the phone. So we're going to go live with the phone. But we will have the camera watching the moon for a few hours, and we'll view it right on the frickin' ginormous TV there. And it's not a ginormous TV, it's a 52, but it would be absolutely wonderful to view that evening. We can have a great time viewing the sky, and I'll show you how crappy P1000s are for recording what? Yes, the stars. But we will record the moon in high definition, of course. 3 hours behind. You're not 3 hours behind, are you? Really? Vancouver time? You're only 1 hour behind. It's 1:15 there. It's 2:15 here. So that'll be tomorrow night. Tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to be assisting, helping somebody learn how to drive.
That's scary.
I do have my professional driver's license, so it's beneficial for him to understand where I'm coming from, understanding inertia and momentum and other things that I know, how weight transfers and shit like that. But anyways, that's later on. But we're just getting him used to learning, just feeling the car, turning properly. He's from Nigeria, so he has no idea what to do. So I'm trusting him behind. Not a problem. Yeah, I'm only a short 19-hour drive. I've driven it lots, all the way through. I hate stopping. As people know, I drove right to Las Vegas and all the way home without sleeping with a 8-hour delay because the highway was shut down. So I was awake for 2 days.
That's scary. And he was driving? Fuck. That's a bit sketch. You never get away with that in the UK. No way. It's way too much traffic and stuff.
$2:13 and 28 seconds, 29 seconds, 30 seconds, 31, 32.
The hell's on about?
What else could I show you guys? We had an awesome live stream there. We've got times are horrible. I ordered another one of these. It should be here today, but it's not even here. I don't know. I gotta message them and complain. The updated one that has my the name of Sirius and then the watermark over here. So I've got that coming, and that's the one I'm going to present to the art gallery in the big city north of here. So what to do now? I got to get on my bike. I have to. But yeah, remember tomorrow evening at some point I will be going live with the moon. Hopefully it's clear enough to do that, and we'll have a good time. I took both before.
Wonder what he's got for the.
Hey,
I've been on for like 3 hours though.
Look at this junk. Roger that. These are not actual real pictures. Those aren't even real stars. That is absolutely hilarious. Complete bullshit garbage. But try again. Thank you very much. That is. You guys want to see Roger that's bullshit? Just go type in NASA photos. The same thing. Roger that emailed me 2 pictures, 2 cartoon pictures, CGI. Those aren't real stars in those pictures whatsoever.
Unless everything he doesn't like because it doesn't fit his narrative or what the shitty pictures that Mikey has, he says the CGI. So I bet you anything I have, he'll just claim a CGI because I had to use a telescope, so it has to be CGI and it's manipulated. Can you prove it? No, just because he says so.
Problems with my knee. I have problems with a lot of things, but driving long periods of time, well, at some point you got to get gas, so you can get out of the vehicle. But at that point, I'm stiff, but I keep moving. I do not get tired. I do get tired, but I keep on moving. We got this is for
Razor. I figured.
Brain's leaking out.
Massaging his 2 brain cells.
I do have a bald spot right here.
Yes.
Shave your anus. I think that's it, guys. We did film the one guy there. It was a little entertaining there for me, anyways.
Entertaining for him too. He'd be laughing about that for ages.
Join in tomorrow, and whenever I get stars clear, trust me, you.
The fact you said that I used my binoculars. The guy's like, what? Okay, like like probably looking behind him at this massive 2-story telescope, going, all right, yeah, all right. Like,
we'll find out.
Absolute bell end. You're not giving Canadians a good name there, Mikey. Fuck.
We'll talk to you soon, and have a wonderful evening. Thanks for watching. If you want t-shirts or
check out his come on, get off that. Sheep. I want to see if he actually did his. Did he actually do his moon? Oh, I see we did the moon.
If you want any
This is 1 day ago.
Whatever.
He lives in a pretty small town, doesn't he? And he would lose his freaking mind. Where I live.
Please don't give them wrong information, Craig.
Hydrogen, 2 of the heaviest gases.
That's why it's staying within.
That's why, that's why you're breathing it. No,
because of gravity.
Yeah, explain gravity.
Okay, here's the question then. Why aren't you breathing hydrogen?
How come butterflies fly around?
Butterflies have wings.
How come those clouds aren't being
hydrogen, because hydrogen's.
Have you ever seen gas being affected by gravity?
Nope.
I've never seen it.
Yes.
Could you actually run an experiment to show that gas is affected by gravity?
My computer hears that, so you believe everything is religion. God. However, most people that do
No,
believe
by the laws of what he set in motion. But this all comes down to laws of gases, right? Because because like say when you open up the door in the wintertime, you see all that cold air rushing into your basement. You see it. Was gravity doing that? Is gravity pulling that air down and
yes.
rushing in? You can even feel it. If you have a basement, you can literally see it. So why is it doing that?
Gravity.
The air is denser. So it's not gravity that's pulling it down. It's because warm air is less dense and cold, and it drops.
That's all right.
Yeah, because so it's gravitational. Yeah, gravity. It's denser. It's heavier, so it's pulled in and goes down. Density has no vector. Density isn't a force.
Craig, I've got that huge lawsuit against the space agency already set in motion, so I wish them luck. Okay?
Space agency?
Yeah, Canadian Space Agency. I'm suing them for millions of dollars.
How's that going?
Well, they got until the end of the month to contact me. So.
It would be quite an experiment in school to prove that gas is affected by gravity, but you'd never be able to do it because it's affected by the density of gases. Like, why doesn't our atmosphere just float away?
Yeah, well, space is supposed to be
gravity.
A vacuum, so you understand how vacuums
don't suck.
Work, right?
Yeah, no, we get that. Anyway,
yeah, we're
those are
gonna
questions.
Well, ask yourself questions. Don't just assume that you've been told the truth.
University students that don't have not a clue.
Oh, they're being
like
all.
I said, I'll bet you there's 20 people in this entire Regina that knows why water. Well, I kind of told you a little bit how water is created and why it's on this planet.
So you're one of those 20 people.
Yeah. Yeah, unless you could find another, you could go around and ask, and they wouldn't even get the basic hydrogen and oxygen. They wouldn't even be able to get that, let alone, okay, then how did that happen?
Oh my God, I gotta leave, guys. This is shit. Just ruins it. Just ruins it. Oh my God. This is what I mean, guys. Like, if you think you guys know it all and you just want to babble because you want me to listen to all your bullshit stories all the time, babble this, babble, 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 babble. I love talking. I can't control my mind. I can't control my thoughts. Babble, 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 babble. It's so frustrating, man. Shut the hell up. Oh my God, I want to go home. That's why I like driving. Oh, he's fuck.
All right, let's get off this. I want to see who did the moon observation. I don't see anything he's done that. He said he's going to do it the next day. Because that one that he did was... He did the moon one here 4 days ago. No, 1 day ago. I don't see... Polaris electrical phenomenon. Polaris real as it gets. No. Polaris from into electric show. That's bullshit. All right. I'm gonna check something here. See if there's anything here. They're actually looking at doxing them, eh? What's going on here?
If Korn wrote Informer by Snow, you guys are diabolical, dude.
Alright. I don't want to have... Try not to get them. I'll go back to that later. I told him I was going to do this, so we're going to go through real quick here. Nathan Thompson / Enoch of TikTok, and he had put something up where he just talked a little shite. So we're going to go through real quick here and see if we can like shotgun this.
All right, let's go. 100 proofs the Earth is flat off memory while juggling solid steel balls.
Alexa, play the
Second
balls.
law of thermodynamics, Newton's third law of motion, all the
No.
gas laws.
Ah, crap.
Abyssal
I hate
planes
this.
take up 50% of the ocean's floor. Accelerometer level flight. The FAA
All right.
pilots on the
It's TikTok is just garbage when it comes to this. Look at
Abyssal
this.
planes take up 50% of the ocean's floor. Accelerometer in your phone proves we're not moving.
No.
Aries failure, Elias effect, airplane.
No,
All right,
okay.
Let's go 100 proofs the Earth is flat off memory while juggling solid steel balls.
I don't know why it does this.
Second law of thermodynamics, Newton's third law of motion, all
No,
the
okay.
gas laws, abyssal planes take up 50% of the ocean's floor, accelerometer in your phone proves we're not moving, Aries failure, Elias effect, airplane level flight, the FAA, abyssal planes take up 50% of the ocean's floor, accelerometer in your phone proves we're not moving.
No, it's not. Okay.
Take up. All right, let's go 100 proofs the Earth is flat off memory while juggling solid steel balls. Second law of thermodynamics, Newton's third law of motion, all the gas laws.
Newton's third law of motion.
Take up
No.
50% of the ocean's floor. Accelerometer laws. Let's go. The Earth is flat. All right, let's go 100 proofs the Earth is flat off memory while juggling solid steel balls. Second
law of thermodynamics doesn't actually disprove anything, because second law of thermodynamics is down to having a completely closed system, and the Earth is not a closed system because it gets energy in from the sun, and also meteorites can come and enter into the Earth system as well. So we have it's not a completely closed system. The only system that's completely closed is the entire universe.
Thermodynamics, Newton's third law of motion.
Newton's third law of motion is... I just gotta double check and make sure I remember what it is again. Let's ask Gemini, huh? What is Newton's third law of motion?
It says that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Think of it like this. When you jump, you push down on the ground, and the ground pushes you up into the air. Do you want to hear some more examples of how this law works?
Does Newton's third law of motion falsify the globe model?
Newton's third law of motion doesn't really have anything to do with proving whether the Earth is flat or round. It's more about how forces work. So the third law is about how forces act in pairs. For example, when you push against a wall, the wall pushes back on you with the same amount of force. This is true whether the Earth is flat or round. Do you have any other questions about the third law?
No, that's it for now. Thank you.
No problem. If you ever want to explore other laws of motion or any other science topics, feel free to ask.
So there you are.
All the gas laws, abyssal planes take up 50% of the ocean's floor.
Abyssal planes take up 50% of the abyssal of the ocean's floor. What are the abyssal planes?
Abyssal planes are like the deep, flat parts of the ocean floor. They're super smooth and cover a huge chunk of the Earth's surface. Did you want to know how they're formed, or something else about them?
How are they formed?
They're formed over millions of years by sediment slowly drifting down from the continents, settling on the ocean floor. It's kind of like how dust settles on things in your house, but on a much bigger scale.
Accelerometer in your phone proves we're not moving.
The accelerometer in your phone doesn't prove you're not moving, because the accelerometer uses its reference frame is the Earth itself, and the fact that we're already moving. As you said, the Newton's second law of motion is objects in motion tend to stay in motion, objects in rest tend to stay in rest unless acted upon by a different force. The accelerometer in your phone is uses the reference of the Earth is already in motion, but if you look at something like a mechanical gyroscope, the left, and if you let it run, and after setting it on to, let's say, orienting it to the north, the geographic north, it actually will measure a 15 degree per hour drift. Thanks, Bob, for also showing that with a ring laser gyroscope several times over.
Aries failure, Elias effect, airplane level.
Aries failure doesn't actually prove the motion of the Earth, because the Aries failure was looking at talking about the aether, in which Aries failure actually disproved the aether to exist. But let's just double check and say that. Hey Gemini.
Hey there, what's on your mind today?
I'm just live on my YouTube channel, and somebody claimed the Aries failure disproved the motion of the Earth.
That's an interesting claim, but it's not really accurate. Aries' experiment was actually designed to measure how the speed of light changes in different mediums, like water and air. It didn't have anything to do with proving or disproving the Earth's movement. Do you want to know more about the experiment itself?
Yes, go on. Yes,
Sure.
please.
So, in 1870. Okay, so the experiment involved filling a telescope with water and observing how starlight behaved as it passed through. Airy wanted to see if the Earth's motion would cause the starlight to appear slightly shifted due to something called aberration. The idea was that if the Earth was moving, the starlight would appear to come in at a slightly different angle, kind of like how rain appears to fall at an angle when you're driving in a car. But Airy found that the starlight didn't shift as expected. This result was initially confusing, but it actually helped scientists understand more about the nature of light and how it behaves. It didn't disprove the Earth's motion, but it did lead to some important discoveries about physics.
Is Airy's failure similar to what James Bradley did?
That's a great question. Both Airy and Bradley were studying the same phenomenon called stellar aberration, which is the apparent shift in a star's position due to the Earth's motion. Bradley discovered it, and Airy was trying to understand it better. Do you want to know more about how stellar aberration works?
Yes.
Sure. Stellar aberration is this cool effect where stars seem to move slightly in the sky over the course of a year. It's caused by the Earth's movement around the sun, combined with the fact that light takes time to travel. Imagine you're standing in the rain, and the rain is falling straight down. If you start walking forward, the rain will appear to come at you at an angle, right? That's kind of what happens with starlight. As the Earth moves, the starlight appears to shift its angle slightly. Does that make sense?
Yes. So what did Airy figure out with his experiment?
Airy's experiment was actually designed to test a theory about how light moves through different substances. He wanted to see if the Earth's movement affected the apparent angle of starlight, but his results didn't quite match what he expected. It turned out that his experiment didn't really tell us anything new about the Earth's motion, but it did help scientists understand a bit more about how light behaves.
How did that happen?
Well, staying in shape as the Earth's movement didn't affect the starlight in the way Airy expected. His experiment actually helped confirm that the speed of light is constant, which was a key part of Einstein's theory of relativity.
So there you are.
Level flight, the FAA trains pilots on the target generation facility.
That is completely level and flat flight. Actually, it has to do with maintaining a level orientation over the Earth and where they are. And target generation facility is not. Pilots are not trained on that. Nathan is already corrected on this. The target generation facility is what air traffic controllers are trained on, not pilots. So he's already had this corrected to him, but he refuses to listen.
That's a flat, non-rotating Earth, and they negate a gravity vector. Then you have the
attitude indicator is he's going on about the. So the attitude indicator uses either a apparatus that has gyroscopes on it and has accelerometers, which are oriented to the downward downward vector of gravity, and then it corrects itself. It has motors and stuff that if it figures out that the plane isn't actually turning at the same time, it will orient itself to go back to the gravity. Now, if even to the point now, if you were in a plane and you were to continue just going around in a complete circle and keep banked, what would happen is you'd see your false horizon and stuff like that would actually start to come back and orient itself back up again. Which is why planes, pilots, when they fly, is they're doing like a holding pattern. They go straight along, then they come around, and then they go straight along, and then they go turn around like this. So it does a quick turn. It'll false like that, and then come back like that, and that way it keeps the false horizon and stuff. And it's called the attitude indicator. It'll keep it oriented the way towards gravity, because it's designed to have quick motions and then go back, and then that 2 minutes, a few minutes going this way, make sure that it maintains its orientation to level to the earth, and then it comes around again. Now before that they had pendulous vanes. They also use that in some of the aircrafts like that, and what that does is that as you turn and stuff like that, it'll open up a port that will, if you would keep that orientation like that, same thing would happen. The port causes the gyroscope to orient itself back down again. But it's designed that a quick motion, like turning and doing what a plane does, then it'll maintain that. It doesn't move quick enough. Also before that, they had other things like almost like a magnetic orientation. That would do the same sort of thing. That after a while, it would actually orient the attitude indicator back. Does it faster than a plane does going cresting over the curvature of the Earth. But for fast motions to stuff, it means it can show accuracy. But yeah, attitude indicators actually are designed, because they knew about this way back when they developing planes and do any kind of distance and stuff like that. That they figured this out, and they found ways inventing it to get around that. So
attitude indicator inside the airplane, if we are going around a globe, the gimbal base would shift its orientation around the gyroscope. Then you've got ancient civilizations. Angular size of Mercury would be impossible to see on the heliocentric model. Astrolabes, astroarchaeology, lining up giant megalithic structures with the sky. Astronauts should not be drowning in space.
My computer's deciding not to.
Used by the USGS, lining up giant megalithic structures with the sky.
The ancient cosmology, I think way back in the day when people didn't go very far, but they also thought that that the sun and the moon went underneath the earth, and so the whole earth was in darkness at the same time and came up at the same time. Now we know that's different. Megalithic structures like Stonehenge and stuff like that actually show that only work because the way that the earth moves, the globe and stuff like that. And in fact, nowadays old megalithic structures don't line up like they used to. But in about another few thousand years, they'll start lining up again because of the Earth's wobble. It actually has a precession of the wobble changes slightly. So what else did he go on about? I said to him I was going to do this.
Astroarchaeology, lining up giant megalithic structures with the sky. Astronauts should not be drowning.
What else do you say there?
Then you've got ancient civilizations. Angular size of Mercury would be impossible.
Angular size of Mercury is not impossible on the globe. In fact, it proves the globe quite easily and quickly. And as simple as this. Let's say if the camera was like, say, this on the sun, Mercury would be over here. And even though I'm in darkness over here, let's have to say in England, Mercury would be over here where my finger is, just off like that, and it could be darkness, and you'll still see Mercury even though I'm on the other side. If you had Mercury there, and because you only see Mercury just after sunset or just before sunrise, and let's do the same thing. Also, Mercury only appears as either quarter or at most half. And that's because it's on the inside of the orbit, so we can only see half of it. We can't see where it's like Mars and stuff like that. We'll see the full lit up all the other planets, and it's because we're on the inside and we can see the sun shining on them. But Mercury and Venus, like Venus is very bright, we can see that, and that's only because they are inside, so we can only see half or a quarter of them depending on where they are in their orbits. But yes, we can certainly see them, and it actually proves the heliocentric model and disproves the flat Earth because how could Mercury be orbiting around the sun if the sun is only 3,000 miles above the surface of the Earth, underneath a magical dome floating above us? That wouldn't work. In fact, Mercury and Venus disprove the heliocentric flat Earth model. Oh, sorry, the geocentric flat Earth model, and it definitely disproved the flat Earth model.
See on the heliocentric model,
Yes.
astrolabes, astroarchaeology, lining up giant megalithic structures with the sky. Astronauts
No.
should not be drowning in space. The AE map.
Astronauts can't, if the fact is that they have a water cooling system that runs through their backpack, through all their power plants, stuff like that. It keeps them either cool or warmed, as well as it wicks away their it has a recirc that recircs like any of their sweat and stuff like that, and it keeps them from. Now they can't. What happened is there had been a situation on ISS in which one astronaut's suits, the water cooling system inside sprung a leak, and if you've ever seen water in 0G, it floats up, it attaches to something, you can't get it off. Obviously he's got a helmet on, he can't touch his face, he can't push the water off, and it went over top of his mouth, and he nearly kind of drowned because he couldn't breathe. He had water over top, because it kind of attached, it gets hold of something like that. You have adhesion. Water has adhesion, that's why it stays the salt, keeps itself together. You have surface tension, and that's what happens. So now they had put in a system that they could have like almost like a snorkel inside, that if something like that were to happen, you could have something to get air into them, straight into the mouth, without because the water is not covering them up. So that's what had actually happened. If you look into this a little bit, you'd see that that's how the astronauts, they have, like I said, how the systems work, and you understand what had happened.
Is used by the USGS to calculate distances outward from the North Pole and to map Antarctica.
USGS. What is the USGS?
The USGS is the United States Geological Survey. It's a government agency that studies the Earth, its natural resources, and the natural hazards that threaten it. They do things like monitor earthquakes, track water resources, and map the land.
Do earthquakes show that the Earth is actually a globe?
Earthquakes themselves don't directly prove the Earth's shape, but the way seismic waves travel through the Earth gives us a lot of information about its internal structure. Scientists use those wave patterns to map out the Earth's layers, and that data aligns with a spherical model.
So would earthquakes work on a flat Earth?
Earthquakes are caused by the movement of tectonic plates, which are massive pieces of the Earth's crust. These plates float on a layer of semi-molten rock, and their movement creates stress that is released as earthquakes. This process is consistent with the Earth being a globe, not a flat surface.
There you are. See, USGS, like I said, earthquakes, and you can see the seismic waves, and they work out perfectly and model out with the globe. In fact, we can see this quite easily.
Ardea Krenz, world record photograph. Bedford level, famous test. Over a 6-mile canal.
Bedford level, the Bedford level was disproved.
Over a 6-mile canal.
Yeah, the Bedford level was disproved a couple years after it was done. The fellow who'd done it, whose name is Robotham, was knew nothing about didn't account for the atmosphere and the fact that we have atmospheric refraction. So as he put his boat down the canal, he didn't account for the fact is that the atmosphere being thicker, air being cooler over top of the water would cause the objects to appear slightly higher. About 3 years later, it was actually done by a surveyor who did account for the atmospheric refraction, the exact same thing, and disproved Robotham's observations. And using that showed it proved and aligned with the Earth being a globe. So the Bedford level was the first time was done by Robotham he didn't take all the factors into account, the confounding variables, and when it was done again, it actually it showed how it worked, and it aligns with the globe model.
The Bible says the earth is flat, non-rotating.
The Bible isn't. The Bible is a storybook that's been retranslated over 700 different times in different from different languages and stuff like that, and certain things have been taken out and then retranslated, and also the Bible is open to interpretation. They interpret it. Now, majority of Christians do not believe that Earth is a flat, covered dome. They know that Earth is a globe. They may think that it may be young. They may think that God created it. That's here nor there. The fact is that majority of people that read the Bible, believe in the Bible, including the Vatican, know that Earth is in fact a spherical Earth orbiting on the sun and in the Milky Way galaxy.
It doesn't move. It's immovable. It will never move. It's on foundations. The black swan destroys the physical geometric horizon.
The black swan doesn't, and in fact, my last video where I did this last week, I showed that the black swan works perfectly with the globe. It does show that is high refraction, which works on the globe, as well as certain things here don't work out. Like I said, the bottom platform here, I pointed this out to Nathan himself, and he kicked me out because he didn't like it when I pointed out the fact is that the gangway in the bottom here for the boats is, why does it look like it's on the horizon when we know we can see the other one that's high up, and this actually we're looking at is about 12 to 15 feet off the surface of the water. Yet we can't see the bottom here, and that is showing that even with the high refractive rate, we can still see that the that this image here conforms with the globe. When you take this image, take this exact same observation on a different day when the refractive index isn't nearly as high and isn't like one of these like obscure days, you can see that the horizon is much more clear because there's about 3 horizons in this, and you can see that it does conform more to the globe, and in fact you can see less of this platform back here. So the black swan does not disprove the globe. In fact, it works quite well with the globe, works out perfectly when you take all the factors, including the refractive index of that day, into account.
Bridges would have to account for curvature. They don't.
Bridges do account for curvature. You have the suspension bridges in particular over long distances tilt away to actually account for the curvature, as well as you have the positron causeway, which is 23 miles long, and you can clearly see the curvature of the Earth, as well as many other bridges. So that's a flat out lie.
Building walls would be leaning away from each other. They're not.
They do. If you measure now, you think 1 degree of curvature over 69 miles, you're going to see 1 degree of tilt between 2 buildings of 69 miles away from each other. No, you're not going to see that. But do they actually lean away? They do. They're measurable, and you can see that. And so that is provable and empirical and measurable.
Then you have buoyancy and density. That's all you really need for growth.
Buoyancy isn't. It needs gravity. It's actually in the formula. Buoyancy requires a downward gravity and downward vector, causing the air to denser air medium to be below to push other stuff up. And density isn't a force at all. Density has no vector, and density is simply just how tightly packed the molecules are in a substance, in a object or stuff like that. It has nothing to do with gravity.
Gravity. Then you got canals, cannons, the Canadian Geodetic Survey.
Canals.
Not a real experiment.
Cavendish is a real experiment. It's been done several times. It's done by university students all the time. Canals actually do show that the I'm surrounded by canals. I live in the UK, and why is it that there's locks in canals that you have to go? You have to either go up or go down depending on where you are. The Canadian Geodetic Survey doesn't disprove the flat Earth on the globe. In fact, it conforms to the globe quite well, as well as the American arc of the parallel. Also confirmed the curvature and of the globe, and yeah, I think was that all he had said there? I think that was it.
Crepuscular rays from the sun,
Anti-capacitor rays prove that the rays of the sun are parallel to each other. Just like if you look at train tracks, it looks like off in the distance, looks like they come on, they go to a point, but they don't, and they go further. And as you turn around, look behind you, you can go back again. Be it they're parallel. Anti-capacitor rays, capacitor rays viewed from the top are parallel, and when you see them from when you're on the ground, then it looks like they're diverging away from you. I've taken numerous pictures of this, in which I can show that. Let's just see here. In fact, I just did some pictures the other day. In fact, here's a video here showing. It looks like these guys are. The parallel, and then when you sit down and look further down, then you can see that it looks like they're diverging. They are separating out, but they are 100%. They're actually parallel to each other. So.
Crepuscular rays from the sun. There's no Coriolis.
There's Coriolis. Coriolis is measured, proven, and you can look at it quite easily. Go onto a like a weather radar website that you can show the whole globe, and you can see that the weather patterns in the north are rotating counterclockwise, and the south of the equator are rotating clockwise. And that is down to the Coriolis effect, as well as the jet stream going east to west is down to flow of the jet stream is due to the Coriolis effect, as well as long distance artillery accounts for the Coriolis, as well as any long distance rifle shots over 1,000 meters start to account for the Coriolis if no other factors are in there, like wind and stuff like that, because wind would have more of an effect on it than the Coriolis effect.
Daytime full moon, dynamo thresholds.
Daytime full moon actually works perfectly with the globe and with the Earth rotating around the globe. So yeah, that accounts for that. Works out perfectly. There's nothing about that.
Never been reached. Ask Dan Lanthrop at the University of Maryland.
He's lying.
The EQ mount.
EQ mounts only work on the globe. In fact, if you look, I did a video of this showing the EQ mounts compared to the flat Earth, compared to the globe. They work perfectly on the globe and actually falsify the flat Earth.
The equinoxes.
Equinoxes actually only work on the globe, and they falsify the flat Earth.
Fauna and flora is drastically different in the north than it is in the south. Frozen.
That makes no difference. Yeah, depending on different environments, stuff like that. The frozen lakes. This thing here, I actually disproved that. That's just down to the fact that light diverges from its source. And you have cold. This is frozen lakes. You have very dense medium air over top of this and higher up, and it's down to refraction and divergence of light.
Lakes have been tested. They're not curving. Fluid state, large bodies of water at rest are level and horizontal.
Horizontal in the Earth is conforms to the curvature of the Earth. No part higher than the other conforms to the liquid parts of the Earth. Yeah.
Doesn't matter what the shape of their container is, and you need a container.
Or a force. Forces. Water is subject to forces acting upon it, which is why on the ISS, water takes a spherical shape.
A ball is not a container unless you put the water on the inside, or you flatten that ball out and pour the water in a bowl.
Or you have a force, like gravity.
So, geographic range table from the U.S. Coast Guard lists distances from sea level that you can observe things. No curvature.
Yeah, there's complete 100% curvature.
The gravitational anomalies, gay loose.
Oh, I thought you said gravity doesn't exist, so why is he suddenly accounting for gravitation anomalies? That would be down to the different densities of the Earth, depending on where you are, and because density, or mass attracting mass, and obviously less mass below you would cause gravitation anomalies. This is proven, measured, and we know how this works. I thought you said gravity doesn't exist, and now he's relying on gravity. That's kind of stupid.
Charles' law, Boyle's law.
Alright, I have to go. Just hold on here. Right back. I just need to use the toilet. Drink too much coffee. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I just drank too much fluids and had to run to the toilet real quick. Alright, so let's crack on here. Debunk Nathan Thompson here. Nearly through this, and we'll probably call it a night.
The unified gas law. Then you've got Occam's razor, Olbiter's paradox.
Occam's razor. Was it so? All Occam's razor. All things being equal, the simplest answer is the most correct one. So, is it that what do you think is more reasonable? The fact is that we are on a sphere, which is all observable and measurable, or the fact is that we live under a dome that nobody can prove. We have they don't know how high the sun is. They don't know how what it's made of, as they say. They can't prove how high or where the moon is or what it's made of because they don't know what it is. They think it's a light, but you can't see what kind of light. And I think one flat earther says it's a special kind of light that you can have shadows on, but yeah, and that's why it's different points. And why do you have a half moon, quarter moon, stuff like that? How can you have that? They say, well, it's because it changes, but they can't prove why or how it's powered or where it is. A dome that's never been measured. The 24-hour sun, they say, is reflections. We had when all the solar flare are like the solar flares. All the solar flares on all the things you see on the sun. How comes they look the same except for it's flipped over? If it's a reflection, it'd be completely it'd be like a mirror image instead of being rotated around. They what else you can't say? They can't explain how tides work. They can't explain why is it the southern flight routes don't work they work perfectly on the globe, but don't work on a flat Earth. And how come the distances are much bigger? Why is it that all lands south of the equator are double or triple the size that they should be? They can't explain, ask where the South Pole is. They say it's in Antarctica, but when Antarctica being a giant, huge ring around the whole entire Earth, they can't point out where it is. The Vandy globe goes around Antarctica, and as they go on circling around it, Antarctica is on one side, and they keep turning towards it. And yet that doesn't work on a flat Earth, nor is the times that they do with, because if you look at the times that the Vandy globe does this globe race around Antarctica, it works perfectly at the globe. It doesn't work on the flat Earth. Sunrises, the flat Earth can't explain sunrise, sunset, and the fact is that the sun rises sun rises southeast from the southeast and sets in southwest in the southern hemisphere. So Occam's razor is it had to make all the assumptions and everything else to all the assumptions and everything they have to make for the flat Earth to work is so drastic that the only thing that works. But if you look at the Earth, the globe orbits the sun once every year. The rotation, it rotates one revolution every day. So it's in 24 hours, does nearly one full revolution, rotation, and yet just having those few things explains all the seasons, explains all the days, nights, and then the sun, the moon orbiting the sun on the Earth, and orbits around us, and goes through its phases every 28 days, which is reflecting the sun's light, and you have something called gravity, which works everything, and it explains all the orbits of all the planets, explains Mercury, explains Venus, explains how the sun works, the fact that Earth is tilted 23.4 degrees, it explains the 24-hour sun in the northern hemisphere during the northern summer, and explains the 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere over Antarctica in the summers, in the southern summers, explains everything. So which one? It's one seems to work out perfectly. One, you have to make a whole bunch of assumptions and things that can't be proven, never been observed, and you have to just kind of say it's magic. Magic Sky Daddy did this. Magic Sky Daddy did that. So Occam's razor actually proves the globe and falsifies the flat Earth. Arbiter's paradox. Actually, it's a new one on me. We'll look that up. Hey, Gemini.
Hey there. What's going on?
What's Arbiter's paradox?
You might be thinking of Olber's paradox. It's about why the night sky is dark even though the universe has so many stars. The basic idea is that if the universe is infinite and full of stars, then every line of sight should eventually end on a star, making the whole sky bright. But it's not. Want to hear some of the explanations for why the night sky is actually dark?
Yes, please.
Okay, so there are a few main ideas. One is that the universe isn't infinitely old, so light from the most distant stars hasn't reached us yet. Another is that the universe is expanding, which causes the light from distant stars to redshift, making it less visible. And finally, some of the light from stars is absorbed by dust and gas in space.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you have any other questions about space or the universe?
Not right now.
No problem. Feel free to ask if anything else comes up.
Right, so there you are. So that doesn't really disprove the globe at all.
Paradox, Operation Fishbowl, Operation High Jump, Operation Dominic.
Operation Fishbowl was actually what they were doing with that, because I did a video on this one here, is that they were testing nuclear weapons at different altitudes to see how does it affect radio communications. So if a nuclear weapon was to be detonated, how would it affect nuclear radio communications at different altitudes and stuff like that. It also they were also testing to see how it would affect different land masses. It also affect how they also had different test animals. It was brutal because it was 1950s. Including at different points how far away, and they had different. And it's called Operation Fishbowl because the nuclear weapons had different kind of fish names. So they had like, and then they went up to different altitudes just to see how it affected different points and also different magnitudes as well. So, Operation High Jump was when Admiral Byrd went down to Antarctica, and they're exploring Antarctica. It doesn't actually prove the flat. This doesn't actually prove the flat Earth and doesn't falsify the globe, because he even explained that on the other side of the South Pole, which they did know where the South Pole was at that time, because it already had been discovered and there was a base there. Or it was a base there. I think there was a base there. Yeah. They knew what the South Pole was, and he said that there's land the size of America past the South Pole. What he meant if you're looking at it from, remember he was from the States, so you look from here, so the South Pole, and you're seeing what there's land the size of the United States south of that, past that, which it was, because from here he was here, and he went all this here, and it's about the size of the United States of America. It was all the land mass that was down here, including all the ice and stuff like that. So that was what he was referring to. It was on the other side, past where you went, if you're traveling from the Americas. But it actually worked out perfectly fine, and in fact, I think he ended up at the Ross Ice Shelf, went there several times and talked about all the different resources and stuff there. But when they realized that the Antarctica was so pristine and hadn't been touched by humans and stuff like that, is when Antarctic Treaty was formed, and there's an agreement that we're going to only try to preserve Antarctica, keep it as pure and as preserved as well because of all the different discoveries and scientific discoveries you can make down there. So there's no military, and there's also no drilling or stuff like that down there. It's only for scientific studies because of all the stuff you could find, and without it having been like touched and tainted by humans.
Operation Manhigh?
I don't know what Operation Manhigh is. I haven't heard that one, but let's find out. What's Operation Manhigh?
Operation Manhigh was a series of high-altitude balloon flights by the US Air Force in the late 1950s. They were trying to see what it would be like for humans in space. The astronauts wore special suits and went really high up into the atmosphere.
What was the results of Operation Manhigh?
The flight showed that humans could survive for extended periods at really high altitudes, which was a big step towards figuring out how to send people into space. They also gathered data on things like cosmic radiation and the effects of weightlessness.
Oh, so that doesn't disprove the globe at all.
Project Mockingbird?
Project Mockingbird. What was Project Mockingbird?
Project Mockingbird was a covert CIA operation from the 1950s to the 1970s. The goal was to influence domestic and foreign media. They wanted to shape public opinion by funding student and cultural organizations and infiltrating the news industry.
It doesn't prove anything about the shape of the Earth there, so that's just, he's making shit up there.
Then we've got, what else do we got? Sagnac, he said that the 15 degree an hour shift in the interferometry was due to the vortex of the ether. There's specular highlights. The moon should have one. It does not.
What does Sagnac say about the 15 degrees per hour?
The Sagnac experiment performed by George Sagnac in 1913, demonstrated that light travels at a constant speed regardless of the motion of its source. This result is consistent with Einstein's theory of relativity and shows that the Earth's rotation does not affect the speed of light.
Oh, so he's just lying there. All right.
I understand your concern about the 15 degrees per hour claim. It's true that the Earth rotates at that rate, but it doesn't mean we can directly observe that speed in our everyday lives. The Sagnac experiment actually confirms the Earth's rotation, but in a more subtle way.
Yeah, somebody's on our video is claiming that Sagnac disproved the rotation of the Earth.
That's not quite right. The Sagnac experiment actually confirms the Earth's rotation. It shows that light traveling in the same direction as the Earth's rotation takes longer to return to its starting point than light traveling against the rotation. This difference in travel time is consistent with the Earth's rotation.
Specular reflections. Large bodies of water have specular reflections. That only happens on a flat surface, free of band.
That's not true at all. In fact, I think I've seen some on this. Hold on here. Let's just see. Basically, specular specular reflections. It says specular reflections. Only work on a flat surface. So what he's claiming here is, hold on here. Here we are here. So an object is visible because of its is reflecting light from a light source, or the light source, or is the light source itself. Reflection of light can be specular, mirror-like, or glossy, or diffuse, matte. Some flat earthers compared the appearance of the moon to a glossy ball and conclude the moon does not reflect sunlight, or are wrong. They are wrong. A glossy ball has specular reflection. On the other hand, the moon has only diffuse reflection. The moon itself cannot be visible if it's not reflecting light. So here is showing diffused like the moon, and then specular like off of our off the oceans and stuff like that. And you can see how this works out perfectly on a smooth Earth ocean. Also, here. Here's another one, tinfoil ball, specular, there's a sphere there. Specular reflections off a sphere there. Can we have specular reflections off of our 100% can, and diffuse, so specular reflections do not disprove the globe Earth.
Bends, curves, or irregularities. Synonyms are plumb,
It's
flush,
wrong.
smooth, flat as a pancake.
No.
Then you've got telemetry data that NASA's losing. All the pictures of the globe are CGI with full.
No, the telemetry data that NASA said they had lost, it wasn't. They had only a certain number of tapes you could use back in the Apollo missions, and so what they did is they backed it all up. They had it all there. They haven't lost it. It's backed up. You can find it. And then they wrote over the original stuff like after it's all backed up and put in storage. They used the same tapes. They wrote over them because they only had so many because NASA's on a certain budget, right? All the images of the globe are not CGI. They are. If you look at any of the Apollo missions, you look at the Mercury missions, the Gemini missions, and the Apollo missions. There's about 30,000 different pictures, all on physical film, and it they're scanned in by the University of Arizona to preserve them because some of the films and stuff were starting to degrade over like 50 odd years. So they did when they had scanners that were high enough quality to get the high definition that they need. They have scanned them in, and anybody can look it up. Look up March to the Moon. You can look at all the images all you like, and you even give breakdown of what the cameras were, what the lens was like, when it was taken, where it was taken, what date, and even sometimes who took them. So no, all images of the Earth are not CGI whatsoever. You can also look at the Himawari 8 or 9, I think it's Himawari 9 now, and that shows a image of the Earth every 10 minutes, in which you can even look and match up the weather patterns. You can look at the Discovery of the Epic camera. That shows images of the Earth. In fact, even shows the Earth rotating. And you can look up the NOAA's. They have their goes east, goes west, and goes U satellites, and they show their all geostationary orbit cameras that are looking at satellites that are looking at different parts because they use them for doing different weather and predicting and stuff like that as well. So no, not all images of the Earth are CGI. There's many pictures that are taken all the time, as well as like you have like the live feed from like some of the SpaceX ones. They had the recent ones that was done by the Fram 2, as well as you have Artemis. When Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 went up, they actually did videos of the Earth as well. They weren't CGI at all. They were all live videos, some of them. So no, that's 100% wrong. But Flat Earthers claim that because they don't like the fact is that every single image that is shown of the Earth shows the Earth is a sphere, and there's not a single image that shows the flat Earth.
Photoshop clouds, astronauts and
They're
their
not.
hairspray, and their watch.
There's no astronauts with hairspray. You can see it moving around. In fact, there's even videos of people combing them, hacking comb, something like that, with hairspray. That is 100% dishonest and untrue. There's in zero gravity or microgravity, and the hair tends to kind of just float up and move depending on if they got long hair and they move to one side, the hair kind of stays there and it follows because it's not being acted by a force like gravity.
Wires and harnesses. They're ghosting
That's
us.
false. Those are all flat Earth claims that are unfounded and untrue.
Screen. There's bubbles in space.
No. The bubbles in space were some water that was escaping, and you can see it if it was in a pool, which the claim was, it'd be floating up. You see it scattering all the way out in different ways, and it's because it's in micro gravity or even zero G, call it.
It's all fake.
It's
What
not.
else we got? Permaculture, planispheres, ephemerides,
FMRIs actually prove the globe is the model based on the spherical Earth, and don't work with the flat Earth whatsoever.
Quantum locking.
Quantum locking. What is quantum locking?
Quantum locking is a really cool phenomenon where a superconductor can levitate and stay fixed in mid-air above a magnet. It's like the superconductor gets locked in place by the magnetic field. Did you want to know more about how it works?
Is that where you have something that's like nearly freezing, and then the quantum lock using that? It has to be like really cold.
Yes, that's right. Quantum locking requires a material called a superconductor, which needs to be cooled down to extremely low temperatures, close to absolute zero. This is usually done with liquid nitrogen, which is very, very cold.
So he's talking about, like, you know, when they do those experiments, they have something that's like super cold and it locks in, but as soon as it warms up, that phenomenon goes away. So that doesn't actually prove anything about the flat Earth or the globe Earth.
Railguns.
Railguns and railroads. Railroads work perfectly well on the globe. And in fact, railroads can go up and down hills and mountains, everything else. And railguns are line of sight, but you can arc them up and you can go over the like any other projectile. Is subject to the Coriolis effect, as well as also subject to the curvature of the Earth. Can they shoot over the curvature a little bit? Yes, you can, because you can just aim up a bit, go over top, and let it come down. So while railguns do work that way, they are line of sight, but they can still hit something they can see just above the curvature of the Earth. That's fine.
Railroads. The Earth's a Tesla coil.
The Earth isn't a Tesla coil. That's bullshit. The Peg clock doesn't prove anything.
What's it called? Sonoluminescence.
Sonoluminescence. What is sonoluminescence? Let's see. What is sonoluminescence?
It's actually called sonoluminescence. It's when sound waves cause tiny bubbles in a liquid to collapse and release flashes of light.
Oh,
it's
right.
kind of like creating...
Yeah, that doesn't prove anything like that, because sonoluminescence, the only way I've seen this, I looked into it a bit. I was thinking like they call it a star in a jar. And it has to do with a certain frequency, but it is so dim, and you have to maintain it. It's so hard to get. You have to maintain it, and it's only very dim. Sonoluminescence is kind of seeing we have a super, super dark room, and then you have a high, and you look really, really hard. You can kind of sort of see it a little bit. It doesn't prove anything like that, because you still have to try to maintain that certain type of frequency, and then and even then you have to hit it just right, and then it's not even very bright. It looks very bright because it's the really dark room, and then you're having a long exposure, really big aperture camera to see it, and even then that's why the room looks brighter than it actually is. It's not. It has to be like super, super dark.
U-2 spy planes.
U-2 spy planes actually show the curvature of the Earth. I have a video on my TikTok showing that. And James May, you can look on YouTube. James May went up in a U-2 spy plane, and he even said himself and showed he could see the curvature of the Earth, and he even filmed it with his camera.
Vectors and all the space logos. Whales can communicate 4,000 miles apart.
Whales can communicate that far because they're in water, and sound travels a lot better in water, and obviously you have a lot of distance up and down. So while you have whales lower down, as it's going water, and it actually spreads out as well. So you have sound in water will spread out very wide, and so you can go over top of any kind of go around like a curvature and stuff like that. You can still be seen, especially above just if something's a little bit higher up. So that doesn't, and obviously his things about sweeps and stuff like that, because they look nice, they look pretty, and people like them. So they want to to show like orbiting and different things. It's all marketing. It means nothing about the curvature or anything to do with the Earth.
Guillermo Marconi sent a 2,000-mile radar transmission.
Marconi, he actually that only worked because it was called it it bounced off the ionosphere. It's called propagation, radio wave propagation, and ham radio operators use this all the time. Microwave, same thing. Microwave transmissions can propagate off of the ionosphere and over the curvature of the Earth. This is quite well documented and explained and understood.
Or microwave transmission across the Atlantic.
Yeah, that's easy. That's propagation.
Explorers like Captain Cook, Picard, all those.
Picard actually, they always leave out the interview when Picard says he actually seen the curvature of the Earth from his plane. Captain Cook, he documented loads of different stuff, including trying to go around Antarctica, but he obviously documented a lot of his travels and stuff. When you look it up, proves curvature of the Earth.
People.
The globe Earth.
And the UV light index shows that the sun is small and local.
That's a lie. It doesn't. What it shows is that the fact is that because the Earth is a globe and it's tilted as it goes around, obviously the equator tends to be facing more towards the sun. It gets the same amount of UV, where it is because it's never too far off. It can be, so say the equator is here, and if you tilt it that way, in let's say the southern summer, or that way in the northern summer, you still have a lot of direct sunlight still hitting the middle, and then he's talking throughout the year. Obviously, up this way, you're getting a lot less. Sunlight is still going to hit, but it's going to hit a steeper angle, or not even at all if you're at like the North Pole. It's going to hit here, and then it's going to change that way there. You're going to tilt this way here. You can still have sun hitting, but it's hitting at a different angle, so you're going to have less UV because some of the atmosphere of the Earth reflects some of the sunlight when it's at that steep of an angle, and so it's reflected away, but you get it directly there. So no, that doesn't prove anything. And in fact, it actually proves that the Earth is at a 23.4 degree tilt and orbits around the sun. So that alone actually debunks the flat Earth and proves the spherical Earth, because that would not work on the flat Earth at all.
Green flash shows that the sun is above the horizon.
Green flash is down to the fact is that the refraction, and as the sun sets over top, then you're having that a little bit because it's going through the thickest part of the atmosphere. It actually proves the refractive index of the Earth and the tilt.
Horizon when it sets.
And the rotation. It's the green. It just has to do with the last bit of what light can still pass through that at that point there, going through the atmosphere as the sun sets below. The sunset alone debunks the flat Earth because the sun could never dip below the horizon.
And that's about all I got for you today, guys.
So that's it, Nathan. I debunked everything you said there. Everything you said is bullshit, and I told him I was going to do this on my live stream, and I'd done it. That's it. So yeah, that was Nathan freaking chase after the children, and after school buses, Thompson, who got arrested and is actually banned from 50 different schools in the area he was in when he done that, and he live streamed it just to make sure that the police had all the evidence he needed. So yeah, that's about it. And you can see he likes to play with balls. So, well, that is it. It is really late, and I'm going to hit the hay here and go to bed. It's like 20 after 2 in the morning, so yeah. Long live stream here, going through my Micky Smith stuff there, and I will be firing an email at him here shortly here just to see if he'll come on my stream at all. And we can discuss some astrophotography and see what he has to say. Should be quite entertaining. After him dealing with Bob the Science Guy, I should be a pretty big cakewalk because Bob the Science Guy is probably far more advanced than I am. But it'd be entertaining to see that. I don't know if he'll actually go on that, but I don't know. That's just now it got me. I might have to This might be my. See here. Come on. Oh, the science guy. I want to see if he's if he was on his thing. I don't know. If he is, I know I'm going to do it on Wednesday. Satellites in orbit, live telescope, satellite moon. Masterclass in handling a flare. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good one. All right, I don't see anything yet, but I'll check back on Wednesday and see if Bob actually did anything. There's nothing on Bob's showing that he talked to Micky Smith, so we'll check back on that. All right, thanks everyone for anybody coming in and watching. It's been a good little stream here, and I will be calling it tonight. So yeah, don't forget the Earth is empirically, demonstrably, and provably a globe. And the Flat Earth is nothing but a indoctrinated, delusional cult belief. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel, click the like button, comment down below, and share it out to your friends. And I will see you again. Don't forget, stay curious.
NASA lies, yeah, that's what I say. Don't have proof of facts in any way. I claim the moon's made of plasma, a place no one can go. The Apollo program's a scam, I can't back it up though. They talk about the ISS is floating in space. You ask me in a pool, I'd say is the case. Sataloons in the sky held up by helium balloons. But bro, that's just a lie, cause that's what all bitches do. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in no way, I hate MC2 when he shows me proof. The firmament is real, a dome up above, but I'll never prove it, so lost that I'm dumb. I know the world is flat, trust your sense of sight. Saying gravity's just a theory is why I'm up at night. NASA is phony like a show or movie, fake like on stage. Truman Show, child's play, it's just but suck at this game. Because I'm just a dick with only my stupid self to blame. But I'm so fucking sure that the earth is flat, based on how I feel with my pop-up flare. Swear my blind faith is what keeps it real. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in no way, I hate MC2 when he shows me proof. Asking the wrong questions, my beliefs are all faith-based. I can't see the fucking answers right in front of my face. Stanley Kubrick is mentioned every single goddamn time. Somehow he filmed it without nobody dropping a dime. The firmament is a dome, it keeps water in the sky. But when you ask me to prove it, I can't know why. NASA in Hebrew, it means to lie or deceive. My Fleur priest told me and blindly I believe. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in no way, I hate MC2 when he shows me proof. Spreading misinformation and lies willfully, so proud. Like Nathan Thompson yelling at strangers so loud. NASA's lies, people, space is fake.
asking the wrong questions, my beliefs are all faith-based. I can't see the fucking answers right in front of my face. Stanley Kubrick is mentioned every single goddamn time. Somehow he filmed it without nobody dropping a dime.
The firmament is a dome, it keeps water in the sky. But when you ask me to prove it, I can't. Why? NASA in Hebrew, it means to lie or deceive. My flirt priest told me, and blindly I believe. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in the way I hate and see too when he shows me proof. Spreading misinformation and lies willfully so proud. Like Nathan Thompson yelling at strangers so loud. NASA's lies, people's space is fake and Earth isn't loud. Oh shit, the fathers and husbands stop me into the crowd.